All right, so here I am. Although I've been here, although I've been here the whole time, technically, here I am on the mic. Okay, so Angel says, "Sis watched Barney, but I couldn't stand that show. That purple dino was weird for me." Oh, hello, Saw Girl. Good afternoon, Alien. Everybody in chat. I just came out. It's ready for wait for Verdict. Oh, good, good. Okay, yeah, we are on Verdict Watch right now, and we have a chat asking good questions. A really good conversation. And we have oh yeah, Barney. I liked Barney actually when I was little, but when I got older and saw the Barney cartoon, I could definitely see it being a little bit scary looking. Yeah, it definitely is a odd dino, and there's also conspiracy theories around Barney. So anyway, that one was yeah, I know. I remember that growing up, but yeah, looking at it when I was like getting a little bit older, yeah, I could see where it's a little bit it can be strange for some people. And Roman says, perhaps I've inadvertently made a mistake in terminology. I guess probably YouTube lawyer brain was thinking of capital offenses as federal offenses. Oh, it's okay, Roman. Asking questions is good, and we're glad to fill you in. Thank you for asking. Oh, yes, I did, Solid Girl. I did. And that was a very good stream last night. We had a good crowd, and we talked about aliens and our personal experiences with the paranormal. Yeah, it was really good last night. Yep, got over nearly 3K. It was really nice last night. I enjoyed it. Oh, interesting, Roman. Yeah, yeah. Barney's a little bit creepy. Yeah. Okay, that looks like the clock has stopped. Let's see what this is. Oh God, something going on here. The jury is still deliberating. Jury's still deliberating. Okay, the clock continues. Yeah, Barney definitely was a little bit creepy, and I thought it was, as I got older, I look back on it and I was like, oh lord, that is something weird. Angel said, "Did the judge say anything, or did he just go right into deliberating?" Okay, so yesterday the judge they had their closing arguments. Both sides did very good with closing arguments, and after that occurred, they were he gave them the jury instructions and brought and had them go to deliberations. Ah, okay, Falcon understood. Yeah, the definitely the Teletubbies were weird, and yeah, there's conspiracy theories about them too. Yeah, because looking. Oh, I used to dress up as a Teletubby. You saw the closing arguments. Good. Good. Yeah, but after that happened, he just, brought them, gave them the jury instructions, and had them off to jury duty. Yeah. I dressed up as a Teletubby, by the way, when I was little. But definitely, that is what I did with that trial. Not trial, but what I did with the Teletubbies is I went and I liked it, but as I got older, I could see how it could be kind of odd of looking. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I dressed up as a green one. Well, this is the thing. I like Teletubbies, and I wanted it. Yes. Now, of course, they bought it for me, but I also liked it too. Yes. All right. Let's see if I recall this one. Um, I don't know if I saw that one. I may have. Yeah, I may have seen that one. I don't quite remember it as well as the other ones, but I think I saw it probably. Yeah, it is kind of strange looking. Soulgirl says, "Yeah, my kids never watched Teletubbies either. I think they were already older, but they watched Mister Rogers, Sesame Street. I took them to see Mister Rogers live, and they liked it." Oh, Mister Rogers! I watched Mister Rogers, and I watched Sesame Street definitely. I saw the movie. I think I saw one of the movies too. Oh yes, yeah, nice Roman, nice. Dressed up as her for 4 years is Freddy Krueger, 1 year old, and he really did look like him, and even scared a little girl when she saw him. Oh, oh, scared. Oh, nice, nice. This I have a sweater on actually. That's the Freddy Krueger sweater. It was for the Halloween costume party stream for last year, but I was able to, since it's a sweater, I can wear it all year round when it's cold. Whenever it gets cold. Yeah, so that's interesting. Oh yeah, so yeah, that's understood, and that is cool that you had them make their own decisions. I couldn't see those movies until I got much older. I did see horror movies that were like from the 50s and some other horror movies, but those kinds that you're speaking of, I had to be much older to see them. But that's cool that they're able to see and dress up as that. I'm glad they liked it. All right, Saw Girl, understood. Hey, let's see this one, other one. Let's see. Yeah, I saw little bits. Yeah, I've seen replays of it. Yeah, Mr. Rogers was very ahead of his time. Oh, it wasn't allowed in your house. Oh, yes. Understood the lingo. Okay. Yeah, that is true. Jesus was a rabbi. That is true. Christianity was a religion that evolved later from his teachings, but yeah, he was a rabbi. And let's see. Yes, Falcon is correct. That is true. And Up Behind moved out, non-denominational Bible-based Christian. Oh yeah, that's good, Angel. That's good, Angel. I'm also Bible-based too. I call myself an eclectic Christian because I combine things from all kinds of different, practices of different things into one. But yeah, definitely a Bible-based Christian. Yes, he was Jewish. Correct. The rabbis from the Jewish religion. All right, and we are back. It went out for a moment. Yeah, he was Jewish, and that is what he was. All right, so we will continue something over here. All right. Oh, thank you, Sawgirl. And I appreciate your feedback about that. And said for the tolerance for dealing with some of the strange ones come at night. It's very impressive. Some of them bugged me, but I tried to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely with the have patience with these things and thick skin. Yeah, Moki commented on my way of not letting them get to me, which I think is good. Also, I appreciate the feedback, and yeah, I'm so focused on the stream and what I got to do. I don't let the bugs that hit the windshield affect me. But thank you, Sawgirl, for feedback and looking out for chat. Hey, Mark. We're watching a verdict watch. We'll see if this character gets guilty or not guilty. If he was in this Hawaii murder plot trial at the moment. I appreciate you being here. And at nighttime, the garden at night with the light on the garden adds to like the eerie effect of everything else that happens with like the chat. And it basically looks as if it's someone's in the middle of the woods somewhere looking for something. I've seen lots of different videos on YouTube of explorations. Exactly, Angel, right? Yeah, bugs in the windshield. Yeah, and that is exactly what you know, what I've seen is like people exploring caves or an abandoned place. That's what it looks like. So that's definitely the atmosphere of the stream, and I think it's very well, done all around. Now, when things like that happen, it could add to the eeriness of it, but there's usually been quite a bit of trolls on there during phone lives because it's being pumped out. Like the YouTube thing is like pumping it out everywhere, and the channel's also hitting the algorithm metrics. So when it gets big like that, it's going to attract people that are good and people that are not good. Like Falcon, Mark, Roman came from the phone lives, and they're cool people. But there's also other ones that are just being fools. So yeah, that all adds into play right there. Now, at some point, I will be doing one of the lives during the daytime in the garden, which I've never done before. It's going to look like a spring, uh, like a fresh spring, a completely different atmosphere than the garden lives give off. All the garden lives are good and relaxing and calming. The daytime one would give off something more, I guess, awake type feelings, if that makes any sense. So I like how things can look completely different in night or day. As the saying goes, night or day is a good example of that analogy. And at some point, when I get some time and I'm going to plant more things in the garden. And I was looking at some of my old videos from when I was starting out, which was when I went. So YouTube, I've been having it since 2010, but I had a channel when I was little, and I put up like video games. Then I remodified the channel for sound effects, and then I got eclectic and did a bunch of other things. So I remember there was these different scenes of the garden that I had where, yeah, the broccoli was really big, and I had this certain type of spinach I was growing, and yeah, I remember that it was the earlier garden. They used to be garden videos, and now I'm doing more with the live stream part. I I definitely like that. It was really nice to. It was called Viking spinach for some reason, and it was very good. I think it was one of the out of the different spinaches I've grown. That's one of the best ones I had. Then there was a time before that, a couple years before that. Although I did do sunflowers like 2 years ago. I did them. I before the YouTube thing went back on there. I was I had these sunflower fields, and one of them got like huge. One of them grew like a beanstalk, and that one was, really big. Sunflowers are good for. It's a healthy snack, and it can be used as food, as a good protein in it. So like it's edible and it's a nice ornamental plant at the same time. Because like it could be. I was looking up something, and like the sunflower could be used as fuel hypothetically. It has to be completely transformed through chemical processes like this, like laboratory type stuff, for it to eventually be used as a fuel. But the fuel isn't really that good as the regular fuel you would use, or diesel or whatever, diesel or gas. It's kind of like it like wants to try to work but it doesn't. It doesn't work as efficiently, but it does work. So the idea of using plants as a fuel is a wild concept. Now, birds definitely like sunflowers, obviously. There are, and speaking of the garden stuff, there is a different type of there's a different type of corn that people will see too, because when you have a corn, for instance, the like those big stalks of corn, those usually aren't the type that people will eat right off the plant. They have to be processed. There's smaller plants called sweet corn that is used for eating, off the cob. I think is because I would always see the corn grow very small, and I didn't know why they grew so small, but that was the reason. It was because it was a different variation of them. So yeah, so that was the garden and its history over time, and the hummingbirds like the sunflowers, and we'll be growing more of those as time goes on. Right now, there's a few vegetables growing, but mostly it's ornamental plants that we have at the moment. And I put the wind chimes back up. Those are nice to have also. So yeah, I do not let the trolls bother me, or the anything like that. I just do what I got to do, and I like the garden, and that's like some things about other things I've grown. And yeah, the pumpkin plants I've had before; those are nice. And some plants don't do too well in the extreme heat and the humidity. Other plants do okay in it. It depends on, and some do perfectly fine. You know, so there's different plants for different seasons. Also, these things I'm going to talk about are so, and that was about the garden and my streaming stuff. So now let's talk about some crazy moments that have happened over time. There was something called the Whiskey War of '73 to 2022. For decades, the Canada and Denmark engaged in a polite territorial dispute over Hans Island. Whenever one military visited, they would swap the other country's flag for their own and leave a bottle of local spirits, Canadian whiskey or Danish schnapps. Right. And the 1904 Olympic Marathon, this race in St. Louis was a comedy of errors. One runner was chased off course by an aggressive dogs. Another nearly died from inhaling dust. And the winner hitched a ride in a car for 11 miles before re-entering the race. The Tang. Okay, these are some hysterias of odd academics that happened. All right, the Tanganyika laughter epidemic was started as a joke at a girls' school in modern day no, Tanzania, turned into a mass hysterical reaction where thousands of people would stop laughing for months. Okay, so I'll say it again. Oh, which one? Let's see. The 1904 Olympics marathon. This race in St. Louis of comedy of errors. One runner was chased off course by aggressive dogs. Another nearly died from inhaling dust. The winner hitched a ride in a car for 11 miles before re-entering the race. Okay. Now, the other thing that I just said was tan the change laughter epidemic. What started as a joke at a girls' school in modern day Tanzania turned into a mass hysterical reaction. Thousands of people couldn't stop laughing for months, forcing the school to close. So there was something that happened where in '62 there was a they started a joke and then they turned the school into laughing hysterically all the time, thousands of people. Because when someone laughs, everybody else laughs. Because the laughing can be contagious, like yawning. Oh yeah, you heard about that, yeah. And the way that happens is like, say someone yawns, everyone else yawns. It's a reaction that like causes a domino effect. Right, and the dancing plague of 1518 is the next one. But much older, it's one of history's weirdest trends. Hundreds of people in Strasbourg began dancing uncontrollably for days on end without rest, and some even dancing themselves to death. Yeah, that is definitely something older. There is the during the Black Plague, people would have these dance macabres, and they would have parties and stuff while the plague was happening because they all were going to die. So they were just like, let's have a party and dance to death, and that's what they did. So that's something quite eerie that happened in history. Strange pranks and hoaxes. There is the BBC Spaghetti Harvest 1957 on April Fool's Day. The BBC aired a serious-looking segment showed the Swiss families plucking spaghetti from trees. Thousands of viewers called in asking how they can grow their own spaghetti trees. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Spaghetti trees would be something nice to have, wouldn't it be? The Great Moon Hoax of 1853. What I meant to say was 1835, actually. A New York newspaper published a series of articles claiming that a famous astronomer had discovered life on the moon, including meatballs and bipedal behavior. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Right. And only in the news moments is the next thing. The exploding whale, that one was something quite crazy. The exploding whale in Oregon tried to clear a beach whale carcass using massive amounts of dynamite blast, sent huge chunks of blubber flying for blocks, crushing a car, raining down on onlookers. There is the Great Molasses Flood in 1919. A giant tank burst in Boston, sending 25-foot high wave of molasses through the streets 35 miles per hour. It sounds cartoonish, but it was legitimate disaster that left the city smelling sweet for decades. Well, that would be a nice flood to have, in a way. Mhm. All right, let's go here. All right, the modern viral moments in 2000s presents. All right, so the present, I meant to say. So these are some modern viral moments. The internet history is defined by the main character movements and bizarre trends that made millions of people do the same weird thing at once. Hello, Mermaid. Welcome to the stream. Mermaid says Sawgirl was their trolls again last night. Last night, there were a few popped up in chat. You know, here and there. I didn't really pay much attention to them, but there was a few here and there. Yeah. Overall, of the it was a good stream about cryptids and paranormal stuff that we talked about. But yeah, there were a couple of people that were being silly in there, and Zargro was also saying in general the trolls are annoying when they say stuff, which I agree. Yeah, I don't let it get to me. I just do what I gotta do. Oh yeah, and Little Angel says, "Hello, Murray. Thanks for waiting with us." Yeah. So, like last night there was trolls talking about saying stupid stuff about me, about the topic, just saying some dumb stuff, and someone was trying to get into a debate with me about if Jesus is God or not, and it just, I entertained it, but chat, the mods in there did good at cycling out the trolls, and it was a good stream. I mean, yeah, a good stream overall. But yeah, definitely they were there, and it was spreading their cringe. Yeah, it's typical. Yes, typical. Uh, yeah, we was talking to we got someone from Alaska in the stream, and we are talking about some paranormal stuff that's going on in Alaska. There's UFOs and UAPs like that are seen in their skies, and he has heard of the Alaskan Triangle. There's lots of paranormal things happening in that triangle, so uh, it was cool to get his take on things. Oh yes, mermaid. I know where they're demonic people to attack him, and I understand. I know that you're with social media. You're being a good warrior and defending us, defending the faith, so to speak. So yeah, we are in some dark times indeed. Yeah. Oh yeah, Falcon. I agree with you. It's something we didn't need to know. Yeah. Falcon was doing a good job at spreading peace and love in the chat for Earth. I really like his positive vibes. Yeah, because that was definitely going on. There, yeah, people were saying stuff like that a couple of different times and just trying to be grotesque. Yes, they kicked them out. The mod team. Yeah. Yes, Angel. Yeah, I just laugh it off, and yes, I definitely, in that situation, they, yeah, and yeah, Falcon said he deleted him from existence. Yes, that's good. God laughs at. Oh wait, she said God laughs. God laughs at those people in desertion. Yes, amen, amen. I agree. And it's in Psalms. Okay, that's good to know. Definitely. And I got a laugh at them too, as well. Yeah, remember the mods are very good, and taking out the trash at night. Oh, that's why I'm glad for my all of my wrenches I put on people, because when you have a big chat like that, when it's really huge, you're gonna have all kinds of different people there. And Mermaid does very well with it too. When she's around, she likes to uh, go after them. They're right from Timu and Sheen. Falcon, I believe they are demon possessed or influenced by them in some kind of a way. because they let the envy, jealousy, and whatever dark thing, like they want to go and attack other people. Amen, Angel. Only a fool says there's no God. Amen. Uh, and that's what they do. These trolls, they will be influenced by demons, demon possessed. They because they let their own desires to hurt others or what they wish they could be onto, and they project it onto other people. Yeah. So very good point. Oh, hello, Katie. It's great to see you. It's been a while. Hey, alien, and I didn't know you were live. How is everyone? Oh, we are doing good. Phew. Phew. Oh, thank you, little angel. Psalm 2:1 and Psalm 14:1. Okay. All right. So, Katie, we are doing verdict watch for the Hawaii murder plot trial, and we are watching this, and we're talking about our stories of doing streams and our experience with trolls and different facts from history that have happened, stuff like that. Thank you, chat, for blessings because of the sneeze. Thanks. Yeah, and because it's just talking about how like there's trolls that will come into the chats and they like to go and cause trouble, and the mods take good care of them. They take them. They take out the trash out the chat. Yeah, Katie. It seems that I am doing that now. Yeah, I'm starting to get into streaming the live trials. It's been requested for a long time, and we are now doing it. Yeah, and oh, I want to do more of them. I want to do more of them. I because it's been asked for quite a while about me streaming trials, and this is one of the first ones that I'm doing, and I look forward to doing more of them. So it's not one off. It's a I plan to do more, and there's no ads in these you see in this trial. As I don't like ads in streams, so in my stream there are no ads going on. Okay, so as I said, special shout out to the mods and chat members. Appreciate everybody and viewers, lurkers, etc. So yeah, and with trials, I think it's important to watch. There's people here that never seen trials before. Some of my subs have never seen or known about trials before. Like for instance, we were showing Falcon the Darrell Brooks trial, and he never saw that before. So it's cool showing a different audience these types of trials that we watch. And Angel says, "Oh, side note: Kitty has been taking the medicine for 4 days now. Seems to be responding well." Oh, Angel, amen. I am glad that the kitty is doing much better and receiving the medicine well. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Now, sometimes they'll take that, just a little thing, and then you got it all under control. Like sometimes a little bit of medicine is all it's needed. Oh, good, Aaron. Good. The last of the seeds. That is awesome. And thank you for stopping by and lurking around, Aaron. I appreciate it. And thank you for the shout out. Yeah, glad Kitty's response medication. What's the kitty's name? And little Angel has a kitty emoji. Nice. We love our kitties. Okay, it seems that it's a little black hat emoji, so we'll call him Kitty. So yeah, a lot of times it just takes some medicine, just like with people, and the cat will be all good to go. That is always nice to do. Oh, and Angel says another part of this. His name is Smokey, and he had the chronic runs for a month. Vet prescribed some fiber, metamucil type stuff, capsule, and some kind of liquid in a dropper. He's more gray than black. Oh, oh well. We had a gray cat, and he was very very friendly. He was a Russian blue. Yeah, he was just he was so chill. Yeah, shout out to Smokey. We hope you feel better, Smokey. Absolutely. All right, and we got that. Oh, he's a very calm. Yeah, it's just and the thing about those cats is that they'll give off a really calming vibe to them that is completely indistinguishable. Because like some cats will have fiery energy, Other cats will be calm. Some cats are feral. Like they all have their different personalities to them. Now, Bubbles, there's because when I say Bubbles, people get confused because people will see an inside. They'll see a Bubbles in the middle of the night outside, sitting on a chair, and people hear a Bubbles in here biting at my leg and saying meow, or trying to get my attention, and I go feed Bubbles when he needs something. Oh, he has a Russian blue look, but he isn't. Oh, gotcha. So that is basically the difference is. So the story of Bubbles is that in probably 2019, I suppose. Yeah, 2019. Oh, thank you very much, Angel. So in 2019, there was this. I was hanging out with some friends outside, like, well, down the street. I was down the street, and we were no. This is the first thing that happened. My friend, we were at my house outside, and there was this couple of cats meowing in the distance for some reason. What happened next was we saw a little white kitten pop up, and I had to tell my family about this, and I always wanted a white cat because we never really had one in the house before. My grandparents had one, but we didn't really have one over here. So I was over at his house, and when some of our friends were over, and under the car there was this little a little tiny cat just sitting there, a little kitten, and we were seeing him run around and the sidewalk, and I was trying to get him, but he would just run faster. He would not run, but he would like walk faster than me, and then see them all like kind of do jogging on the highway, not the highway, but around the street, and just kind of orbit the different street. And I was glad the cat was, I was praying for the cat he'd stay safe, and it looked like he had blue eyes at first. And this next part was all took place around like Christmas. It took place around like Halloween and like November, around that time. And Falcon said, "Dear Smokey." Yeah, amen. So the cat was. I saw his head pop up, and there was this other cat, this calico cat, and she was trying to like chase the cat off, and it was like this little kitten hops out of a bush, goes into a bush, and this big calico cat kind of hops out, and they're just both kind of going back and forth, and he was just trying to fit in, right? And then we were able to catch him, and that is Bubbles, the one in the house, the over there somewhere, and on the other side of the room, right? But then we were seeing this other cat that looked like a twin. So it must have been one of the other cats that I heard that night with my friend, because there was a couple of different cats meowing. And yeah, that's the brother, and he likes to be outside. Some cats like to be outside; they don't like to be inside for some reason. And yeah, he's the one that like lives in the yard in different spots, and there's inside places they can go into. A couple places inside they could go into. Like there's a big warehouse. There's a back porch with some blankets and stuff. So they have places to go, and so that's the explanation between Bubbles' brother and Bubbles the cat, the one in here. Sometimes they have like in the window, like Bubbles will be in the window and he'll see the other one outside, and it's interesting when they see each other. So I wonder what the backstory is about those cats, but that's all that I know. And Bose is in charge. He likes to do things the way he wants things to be done. Now Claude is a much newer cat. A few months ago, he sometimes the way it works is you'll have a cat that'll randomly come around and they just kind of act like, oh, I didn't know I was here, and they kind of go away. Then they come back gradually. Then one of the cats tries to have war to take them out, and then we have to help the cat come in. And then eventually they get integrated with the other cats. That's usually how it works. And yeah, Claude was brand new. He was out here. Bubbles in Charge sounds like a sitcom. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Well, speaking of the feline, here he is. He is now next to me. He just appeared, and there he is. Yeah, he made himself known. He knows he's being talked about. Yeah, so it'd definitely be a funny sitcom. It'll be the white cat on the picture. Bubbles means business. He's not fooling around. Yeah, so Claude's very active. He's high energy, but sometimes he likes to get in fights with the other cats. When he's territorial. But eventually they all get integrated in it. Sometimes like the enemy cats will sit and lay with each other sometimes. Then they fight. Like it's like the cats now that are outside have like a love-hate relationship where they're all in like in these different spots, but they all like to fight each other. Yeah, now Bubbles is in here by himself. He doesn't have a I think he does better on his own. Before that, there was a tortie cat that they called a Miss Slomy. She was here before Bubbles. Now she got sick and she had to be put down, but she was the cat that used to be with Bubbles back in the beginning. Okay, Sawgirl, understood. Angel said, I had an all white cat with blue eyes when I was younger. She lived almost 17 years, very feisty, even combative at times. Yes, yes. It reminds me of this feline right next to me. Combative at times, yeah. I could definitely see that as well. See, I wonder what was the cat's name. By the way, the we had a long white cat with long hair named Princess. There's two different princesses. Now there is another white cat with fluffy hair, with long fluffy hair, and she's named Pearl. Angel says apparently a lot of white cats' blue eyes are deaf. Mine wasn't, but I thought that was interesting factoid. Yeah, definitely interesting one there because I heard myself that the white cats blue eyed were blind more likely, and we thought Bubbles might have been not blind but deaf. I meant to say some of them were deaf, and oh, Gemini, two different personalities. Gotcha. Okay, so we've heard about the those cats being deaf too, and we thought Bubbles might have been deaf, but he certainly does not seem to be deaf. Now, one of the cats of the Wolverine, which is also called Gray, uh, he, which the Russian blue cat, he was not. We thought he was deaf. Maybe that's what we thought about him. And right now, Bubbles is on me right now, and he's enjoying the conversation on the stream. He is. Let's see. Okay, and let's go back this way. Yeah, Gemini is a good name. The but all the cats that we have here is short haired. They aren't long haired except Pearl, and I think the long haired cats are also very cool. They're kind of like a lynx, and there was another cat that lived for like 20 years or so. Her name was Fluffy. The other group of cats that were outside really were like a small family, and they got along very well. They got along very well. They were together all the time. That was something that was an unforgettable scene. The new ones now are just all kind of trying to square up with each other. Yeah, and the cats that we have, they were from rescued cats. The family would like to go and feed stray cats and stuff and bring them in as pets, and family was very good with that. Now, one of the cats was very tall. That was Harry. Okay, Gemini started having seizures about 3 months before she died. Had no health problems until then. Oh, okay, Angel. Okay. That and condolences for your loss. That is very sad. Spritel, which was this older cat from the earlier 2000s to mid 2000s, nearly like around the mid 2000s. He had seizures when you know he would be sleeping with me, and he just kind of would fall over, and it wouldn't make any sense. And they had to go and have medicine and stuff. But yeah, he was having seizures too, and eventually he uh, passed away from it. Yeah, so I understand the struggle with the cat dealing with that type of condition. Yeah. Oh, now he's trying to bite, trying to eat my hoodie right now. Yeah, and sometimes health problems will happen, and things can happen randomly. And when that occurs, it's good that there's vets and people that to do what they can or whatever is best for the pet, the cat, dog, whatever. So that is something I'm well aware of, and it is definitely they become like family, a lot of times. And some people are actually scared of cats or don't like them, and the cats aren't really as scary as they appear to be in movies and stuff like that. But sometimes you have bad experiences, and like one time, I mean, I was chased by a cat when I was very little, and but I didn't like hate. I didn't have hatred for cats though. And Bubbles likes to play attack me in the arm. Angel says the seizures were hard to watch. Oh, I can't even imagine. Uh, I could definitely imagine that it had to be horrible to to watch that happen to your cat. Definitely, it was it's certainly a cringe situation. Very upsetting, very upsetting, and I definitely think it's something you don't forget. You never forget about those types of things when they have those problems. And as I said, I remember things from when I was watching some of this stuff happen over time. It was gradually something you don't want to see. Also, yeah. So I definitely would think it would be hard to watch. Definitely. Like sometimes there's one time one of the cats had something unexpected, and they're having a something cancerous, and there wasn't really much that could be done. So I definitely, it happens unexpectedly and it's difficult to watch, but they they seem to be very have a positive attitude, cats, whatever they're going through. That's something about them that I like, is that they they seem to always just keep their personality together a lot of times when they're not always feeling the best, which I think is uh, adds to their strengths they have. Because I remember I was wondering, I asked a vet one time why they don't live as long as they could live, and they don't. There's not really a reason. Maybe we could have a more cycle of different pets. And I was researching that it could have been inbreeding amongst different cats, stuff like that. But it would sometimes I think they could live a little bit longer than they do, but I'm glad that we get to have them at least. When I was really, let's see, Brahms, Gemini. Let's see. Okay. When I would see in cartoons, like older, kind of like '90s, 2000s cartoons, I would see, and cartoons back from Tom and Jerry, and especially there is this Goodnight Moon story too, and these kids stories and stuff, and I would see cats playing with yarn, and I always wondered about cats playing with yarn, like would they be able to play with yarn in real life? And I heard that that's not really a good idea for cats to play with yarn, but yeah, I was wondering if that was really a thing. Okay. And with some people, as I said, they some people like the cats to maybe they in the past people cats played with yarn, but it's something they don't really do now because usually they have other types of toys and things that cats could use, especially ones that fill with catnip, and they really like those that are filled with that. See this. So this is the answer about cats playing with yarn, because I was always curious about that. It sees, let's see. Yes, cats have played with yarn for decades, but modern veterinary experts now warn that it's highly dangerous activity. While the image of a kitten with a ball of yarn is a classic cultural stereotype, reality is modern hazards and the cartoon suggests. The cat and yarn trope became popular in media because cats are naturally drawn to its movement. So, as I would go like art classes and stuff, and I would see cats with these, I would see yarn, like, oh, that's what cats play with. and hunting instinct. To a cat, a trailing piece of yarn mimics the movements of snakes, mouse tails, or bird feathers. Tactile appeal. Yarn is lightweight, changes shape easily, and provides unique sensory simulation that triggers a cat's instinct to pounce and kill. Angel said, depends entirely on the cat. If the cat has a tendency to eat things he's not supposed to, it's really not a great idea. I agree. I agree. It must be something that they did with back in the past that they did. Intentional obstruction. Cats have backward facing barbs in their tongue that make it nearly impossible for them to spit out a string once they start swallowing it. It can become that bunches an intestinal wall requiring emergency surgery. They could, they could choke on it. So it is not good for cats to, of course, have the yarn. But back in those old cartoons and stuff in the past, they used to play with it. So safer alternatives: felt-tip wool balls. These provide a similar ash-tree texture, but solid and cannot be easily raveled or swallowed. Oh, and the fishing pole wands. There's a cat named Emoji, and Emoji looks kind of similar to Claude, somewhat, and he likes playing with the fishing pole wand. And there's catnip mice. These mice-sized shape of prey without the long swallowable strands. Yeah. Another thing that cats like is a scratch pad because it helps them with their nails and stuff. So, uh, scratch pads are another thing that is good for them because they usually like to scratch wood or they like to scratch furniture or something to sharpen their nails. So, that's something that usually likes to help them. This. Oh yes, yes. So supervising the cat would be probably be okay. Okay, understood. Yeah, that would I would think that makes sense. It's just that leaving them unattended is not good. Angel says my cat likes the little mice. This and Smokey likes the red balls with jingle bells in them. Oh, those those sound like a lot of fun because in that situation you're speaking of, you have the the jingles and they just their ears just chime up, right? And they just go and move their heads back and forth and they just go after whatever it is. Like it's just almost like an alarm bell that calls the cat forward to go and take it. So yeah, I mine like that too. Mine like that too. It's like when the jingle happens, the cat's like, "Wait a minute, what is this?" And they get close. And she's not sure why, but they fear he fears red bubbles. Oh, yeah. The color must be stimulating to his senses, sort of like a bull that goes after the color red. It could be something like that. Now, these are reasons, some of the reasons why the cats like the jingles. The mimic's prey. The high pitched tingle of the bell makes the ultrasonic squeaks of rodents or the chattering, you know, of prey. Right. Sensitive to hearing. Cats can hear frequencies up to 85,000 hertz, which is roughly 3 times higher than a human hearing. A jingle bell creates a fuller and more interesting sound to their ears than most household noises. Limited color spectrum. So cats are dichromats, meaning they primarily see blues, greens, and yellows. They lack the specific receptor cones to see red as a vibrant color. To a cat, a red ball appears as muted grayish brown or dark yellow. Luminescence. The cats are attracted to red toys not just for their hue, but because the red pigment often uses glossy, high reflective finishes. The shiny surfaces creates a dynamic of highly flickers that trigger their motion sensitive vision. Oh, you're welcome, Angel. And Angel says they liked the cat tunnels too, but they don't use them as much anymore. Oh, okay. Let's see why they like the cat tunnels. All right, cats love the tunnels because they tap into their most powerful survival instincts, hiding and hunting. To the cat, a tunnel is the ultimate tactical base. Reasons why they can't resist them. Safe house instinct. In the wild, cats are both predators and prey. A tunnel provides enclosed protection on the sides except for the entrances. This allows them to relax or nap while feeding completely hidden. For potential threats, like a vacuum cleaner or a pesky younger sibling. The perfect ambush spot. Cats are stalk and prone to hunters. A tunnel is a perfect place to wait total darkness for a passing foot or jungle ball, another pet, or another pet. Elements of surprise. They can see out, but it's hard for prey to see in. Strip the scritchy sound. Most cat tunnels are made of crinkly nylon. That sound mimics the rustling of drier leaves or grass, which triggers a cat's predatory brain. Zoomy high speed corridors. During the case zoomies, a tunnel acts like a turbo boost track. It gives them a clear path to run through at top speed. The enclosed space makes them feel faster, and more agile the bank of the sides, as they bank off the sides. Texture. Cats love the variety of textures from soft faux fur linings to crinkly inner layers. Microclimate. Tunnels trap body heat, making them cozy, warm microenvironment for the quick snooze. Multi-cat social strategy. A multi-cat homes tunnels help manage cat traffic. A cat can use a tunnel to move across the room without being a direct line of sight. Another cat, which helps reduce tension and bullying. So those are some interesting facts, and that's why cats like those tunnels. There's something called those cat towers, and that is definitely something that the cats do like. They love those cat towers. Okay, I have returned. I am back now, and now we'll be switching to the other window. All right, so here we go. We are back. All right, and yeah, and also Angel says they do like to play hide and seek. It's funny to watch. Yeah, definitely, definitely. And let's go here and just use this other thing instead. Let's see. So here's so try this. All right. So we're going to resume what I was talking about. I want to go. Okay. Let's see. They do like to play hide and seek, funny to watch, and now the next part is yeah. So in the cat towers, definitely they can be really funny, and they could have a whole bunch of things. Yeah. So yeah, cats playing hide and seek is something that I've seen them do, and much more entertaining than anything you could see on cable or elsewhere. Definitely. Hello, Noah. All right, and let's see this. Okay, so this is about the explanation of cats getting zoomies. The scientific phenomenon called FROPS, the frenetic random activity periods, the pent up energy release. Most house cats speed 12 to 16 hours a day, sleeping since they are crepuscular, non active dawn to dusk. They have biological battery that recharges all day. When the battery hits 100%, they have to burn it off immediately. Those spiraling, the wall climbing are partaking. Yeah, okay, that's the reason why these cats have zoomies, by the way. The post pop zoomies. It sounds funny, but many cats zoom right after using the litter box. Often is linked to the vagus nerve. Defecating can simulate this nerve, creating a sensation of euphoria high that sends them racing across the house in celebration. In the wild, a cat would spend its energy stalking and catching multiple small meals without actual mice to hunt. Your hallway becomes simulation track. The zoomies are essentially a test drive of their predatory. Yes, yeah, it's funny. Yeah. And while cats would spend its energy stalking and catching multiple small meals without actual mice to hunt, your hull becomes a simulation track. The zoomies are essentially a test drive of the predatory hardware, sharpening their concerning jumping and sprinting skills. Yes, it's quite incredible. Predatory shadow chasing. Cats can see tiny dust motes, reflections, or even microscopic insects that we can't. Sometimes a zoomy session is triggered because they are literally chasing something invisible to the human eye. Other reasons is sprinting releases endorphins for a cat. There is genuine joy of the moment in feeling their muscles work at a max capacity. Pro tip: if your cat's zoomies happen right when you're trying to sleep, try a high intensity play session like feather wand, followed by a small snack about 30 minutes before your bedtime. This mimics the hunt, catch, kill, eat, groom, sleep cycle of the cat. And let's see how you would zoom proof a living room. Okay, and zoom proof a living room, you want to create a high speed obstacle course that allows for maximum velocity with minimum property damage. Think of it like setting up professional racetrack. You need to focus on traction, impact zones, and flight paths. Secure the skid zones. Okay. Most common zoomy injuries happen when a cat is in a hardwood floor, 30 miles per hour slides into the wall. Rug grippers. Use non-slip pads under area rugs. A sliding rug can cause a cat to wipe out or bunch up and trip them. Runner rugs. Create attraction strips in long highways or high traffic paths so they can corner like they're on rails. Interesting. All right, anchor launch pads, heavy furniture. Ensure bookshelves and tall cabinets are anchored to the wall. A 10-pound cat jumping off 6 foot shelf creates a lot of leverage. One time, one of the cats was having some. She would be in this big room. She's in another area now, but she would be in this room. Well, there's a place for better air conditioning because the other room didn't have air conditioning, and I felt she was getting kind of hot in there, so we moved her to another location. But normal Praline, she was in this room where it's like really big, kind of running around. And one time there's this cabinet, and she fell off. It was about to fall off, and I used my arm to catch her, and it just like shredded my arm. But I was glad I was able to break the cat's fall. But yeah, they can, uh, with zoomies can be intense. And yeah, I it wasn't really like a big dip, and there was also blankets and stuff. I wanted to make sure she could stay on the shelf. Stable cat trees. If your cat tree wallows when they hit it, it might stop using it, or worse, it could tip. Use a wide base tree or weight to the bottom with sandbags. Clear flight path. Look at your room from a cat's eye view about 6 inches off the ground to see what might collide with. Breakable knickknacks. Move fragile vases or frames away from the edges of coffee tables, mantles, if it's in the path of the tail or leaping paw, it's going down. Cord management. Use of cord protectors or tuck wires behind the furniture. A cat can full speed can easily get, one of their arms tangled in a loose cable. Okay. And if your cat likes to leap from the sofa to the floor, make sure that the landing zone is clear. Clear the deck. Don't leave the laundry baskets, heavy boots, or sharp, toys like Legos, usually in landing spots. Of course, that one I think is a logical one right there. Ottoman buffers. Place a soft ottoman or hoof between high furniture and the floor. Act as a staircase for their joints. And shout out to you, Brig Commander. Thank you for being here. And blind spot protection. The glass doors. If you have a very clean glass sliding door, a cat in a zoomy trance might not see it. A small decal at cat height can prevent a painful head bump. Uh, Curtain safety. If they like to climb curtains during a frenzy, ensure that the rods are securely bolted. Better swap long drapes for blinds during their wild years. So those are some fun facts about making a room zoomy proof. Okay, so these are recommended cat trees, by the way. Yes, definitely makes it for easier cleaning. Absolutely, I agree. My other house when I was growing up had carpet in there, and yeah, it could get a little bit messy. All right, so there is the Prestige cat tree, trees extra large cat towers built with robust solid wood frame and a wide base designed for stability during high intense jumps and play. Now there's a 7 foot tall solid wood cut cat tree. Reaches the full ceiling height for serious climbers and it's heavy enough to prevent flexing or tipping even with large breeds. Yeah, there's a big cat that I have that's an Oreo color or like cowboy print. Uh, You know what, Angel? I definitely agree with you about that. Cats certainly are very fickle indeed, and it is a 100%. You have to have like you get a cat something and they won't like it, especially food. You know, you get them food, you could open up a bunch of food and they don't like it, and they toss them to the side. You know, they don't like it. So definitely with anything like a cat tower, they may not even like. That is very true, especially expensive ones. I agree. And the cowboy cat, the Oreo colored one, he's a very big cat. Okay, like not necessarily weight, but he just this cat is like really big, like tall. So that is something. He is a very sweet cat. He's a gentle giant, though. Yeah. The Paws Road 58 heavy duty cat tower. It features the extra scratching post and dual layer thickened baseboard. Maintains a wobble free experience for cats up to 30 pounds. All right, the Fuka Mara Maru floor ceiling cat tower. A vertically optimized space saving optimal that uses industrial strength fasteners to stay secure without requiring wall mounts. So, for myself, out of curiosity, those are just some interesting cat towers that they could get. And over time, cat towers eventually need to be replaced and they can get older. And there's one cat tower in the cat room, and it's from like probably over 20 years ago. It's really big, and it's still being used today, but it's definitely has seen, been through a lot. Yeah, the scratch post. Now there is camera ideas. There is corner connections. Use the corner specifics, bridges or shelves to create continuous route to floors through the entire room. Climbing pillar. A warp vertical wooden dowels or PVC pipes and the sisal rope mount their wall to act as ladders between different shelf heights. There is a large OSB plywood. This is something that I think is interesting. Thing to build personally is the renter friendly climbing board. Rather than drilling many holes, mount a single large OSB plywood board into the wall and attach shelves and carpet pieces directly to the board. Yeah, and there's all these different concepts of these different cat toys and different cat towers that people can have. Sometimes they build things on the walls themselves, which is an interesting concept. Sometimes people can make these like outside tunnels that they have in like an outside enclosure. So there's definitely been some interesting ideas that have been built for cat entertainment or cat entertainment. Oh, this one, or these are some activities people can do with their cat, which I think for myself is interesting ideas to do with them. And there's the cardboard forts. It reminds you of Brooks because he made a box fort. Therefore, you have a cardboard fort. All right. Cardboard forts. Cats view cardboard boxes as dens and launch pads. As dens and launch pads. You can stack them to create a kitty condo or cut different size holes in shoe boxes to make a Swiss cheese box for them to fish toys out of. Yeah, and the idea of that's pretty cool because you're able to, because like the mice and the mouse likes cheese, and it's kind of designed in a similar way. Yeah. Treat dispensers. Cut a small hole in a clean, dry plastic water bottle. Or toilet paper roll, fill it with kibble and tape on the ends, and your cat will have to bat it around or hunt for their meal. So that's like a treat dispenser. Interesting. Paper bowl bonanza. Crimple up. All right. Angel says, I buy the little cardboard houses for scratching. They also have the mini posts. Oh, good, good. I like those two. I like those two, and they definitely will go all over those. Indeed. And Zero says, I got a request to go to the brig and look at why the cells aren't locking anymore. I guess I'll go check it out, being maintenance man and all. I also read something about less lethal weapons. Hello, Zero. Oh, I'm glad that you're able to uh, come forth. So, yeah, there's this different. There is something that occurred where there is some. One of the blue aliens over in the weapons department, they got a blaster, and one of them was thinking it was some sort of a space water gun of some kind, right? And then he was kind of shooting it at different things and was zapping stuff. And that is one thing. In that region, the less lethal weapons could be placed there, and more of like a safety thing where the other weapons could be in a different department, which of course my responsibility as a captain. But so in some of these regions where some of these blue alien rascals are getting themselves into, they need to have more water gun type stuff or water blasters for the summer, and not the type of blasters that put a dent or a hole into something. And the other thing is there's this new I've heard around on the galactic web. There is this type of thing that they've developed in our department where they could neutralize a spaceship before it trolls in. One of those bubbles. So a neutralization device for different parts of the ship to deal with troll ships that allegedly can, and then we can interrogate them. That's something I've heard of. To not to take away the lethal weapons, but to have that also as an option, and to get more water blasters in a certain department because they got mixed up with the real lasers. So that is the lethal weapons thing to bring up to you. Thank you. And Angel says, duct tape also helps training cats not to scratch in certain areas. I did that with the mattress corners. They eventually lose interest in scratching there. Oh, that is very. That sounds like a cure in a way. Thank you for letting us know about that, and I will keep that in mind for my own cats. Thank you, because they love scratching wood. That's one of their favorite things to do. Okay, and there's this other thing called the Muffin Tin Challenge. Place treats in the cups of a muffin, tin can, and well, it's actually just tin, not tin can. Treats in the cups of a muffin tin and cover them with tennis balls or crumpled paper. Cat will have to figure out how to move the cover to get the prize. Saw girl, I am. That's a good question. I don't know. I'll see if I can find out. Oh, hello there, Bubbles. I'll see in a moment if you need something. It looks silly, but it works. Oh, okay, Angel, Angel, okay. And Sawgirl says, "Yeah, I don't know. The lunch usually happens within an hour, around 12:30. Right now, it's 11:07 over there, so they have some time to go before they go to lunch. But it probably does stop at lunch, in my opinion. I think so. I'm not 100% certain at the moment, but I'll see if I can find out. Distributing my supplies once put in a docking bay isn't a problem, although I'll make sure that the toys don't look like the real thing anymore, if that fixes the issue." Okay, Zero, that fixes the issue. Thank you very much. That fixes all the problems. Appreciate you. All right. And Bubbles is calling me, so I'm going to be a moment in the other area to see what he wants. Zero says, I have been working on a type of shield that can neutralize the effects of Disabler that has been recently created. I'll keep you updated. Okay, Zero, thank you for keeping me posted about that. Updated about it. Okay, thanks. All right, let's see what you want, buddy. What is it? Want some food? All right. A lot of times, Bubbles wants to have someone watch them while we eat. All right, that's what he wants some food, and he is eating our food. All right, let's see, and let's go here. Yes, the clock will stop during the lunch break to answer Sawgrow's question. Okay, and Zero says, okay, I had to rip out the wall and replace it because of the wiring in the cells fried itself. Glad it was only a single location. Yes, yes. I was glad it was a single location myself, and glad it wasn't really a big deal. Well, because it could have been way worse than that, especially if it was multiple spots or a really crucial location. Yeah. So with this hidden hide and seek activity, okay, so these are some active games, it says, and hide and seek. Hide behind a door or piece of furniture and gently call your cat's name. When they find you, reward them with a scratch or a favorite toy. All right. And Zero says the next step from the shield I am making is that I had to find a disabler to fire it at my cell phone. Oh yeah, that sounds a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Scared. Yeah, when when that it happens sometimes, and it could definitely be a something that you don't expect, but it happens, and it just kind of jolts you. Yeah, so it's definitely fun. And the other game is peas in a blanket. Move your hand or toy under a blanket towel. The mysterious movement mimics prey rustling in the grass, and using triggers an immediate pounce. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Zero says it's the easiest way to get the frequency of the weapon. Okay. Yeah, there is that. And the flashlight laser player, the laser play. While laser pointers are popular, make sure the occasional lead the dot to physical toy or treat your cat feels the satisfaction of a kill and doesn't get frustrated. Yeah, because cats definitely like those laser pointers, and they'll definitely chase a laser around. It's something that they do. Cat TV. Set up a comfortable perch near a window, and your cat can watch birds and squirrels. Alternatively, search for bird TV cats or YouTube virtual prey. Oh yeah, I am back. All right, I have returned, and here we go. The jury is still deliberating, and the clock is still going. I'm about to flip it over for y'all to see. Okay, here we go. All right. So at this point in time, I am back, and the verdict clock is still going. All right. So here I am. Here we go. So there was, while the little, for the moment that we were off, there was no anything new happening. It was just the same with the no verdict yet. All right. All right. So I'm going to go over what I was saying before. Let's see. All right. We're talking about some cat stuff. All right. Here we go. And I also appreciate the patience, chat. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're wondering what we're talking about. Okay. So we're talking about different cat toys and cat games people can play with their pets. And the clock they've been delivering for 5 hours, not at lunch just yet. Okay. And the sent hey, there's a sensory bonding right here. Oh, thank you, Angel. Thank you both. Yeah. The set there's something called the scent sniffari. Bring outside in by a place. This is something for maybe outside cats. Bring the outside by placing the safe items like leaves or twigs or rocks in a box for your cat to investigate. Yes, a sensory bonding. This is this interesting experiment. See, send Snifari. Bring the outside in by placing safe items like leaves, twigs, or rocks in a box, and your cat can investigate. The the kitty drum. No, not the kitty drum, but the kitty drum. Yeah, the kitty drum. I said it right. Okay, some cats enjoy gentle rhythmic patting on their lower back or sides like bongo drums once they are comfortable with you. I gotta try that. There's on a Phew, on a hard floor. Let's see, interesting. Bat an ice cube back and forth your cat, and they will love the cold sensation and way it skitters unpredictably across the metals. Not the metals, but if sometimes you have like a metal floor or a metal counter could be used. That's what I meant to say. And like the ice will kind of melt. So if you kind of like put it back and forth, the cat will like to watch the ice go back and forth. Oh, thank you, Sawgirl. Clicker training. You can use a clicker or specific vocal sound to train your cat to sit, high five, or spin using bits of their regular food as a reward. That is a very interesting game. And yeah, I like the idea of ice, either on a hard wooden floor or a counter. The cat can watch the melting ice go back and forth, and they will think it's fascinating. Now we're going to go to the next thing. All right, so something that I was curious about, when people in the past always had cats for rodents and stuff, want to see in the medieval times how they used how the cats were used in those days. I'm sure the toys and the different things were very different in those times. They were simultaneously valued for their practical utility and feared as they're practical for use and wait, okay. They were used for simultaneously for valued for their practical use and utility, and many people kept them as essential working animals and beloved companions. Now, some religious groups thought that they possessed some sort of magical abilities that they were afraid of, which the cats definitely are magical, but the cats are not evil at all. But yeah, there were people back in the past, they thought that they were probably the churches. They thought that they were possessed some magical ability of some kind. But all that's silly, because a cat is just the cats are in charge, but cats are just cats. They were primarily animated mouse traps, and on garnies or hay hay loafs and homes, they would get vermin that would destroy food supplies. So you have like a medieval village, and you have a cat that would catch rodents like they do now. Cats were popular in monasteries and convents where they protected precious manuscripts from gnawing rats. The ninth century poem Pangyr was written by a monk about his beloved monastery cats. So you have cats in monasteries that were used to protect the information from from rats gnawing on them, because rats would definitely be an issue where they didn't really have bugs and stuff like we have here in the Americas, but they had rodents that were primarily was a pest. They didn't have scorpions either, so they had protected monasteries and stuff, and that's cool to know. Yes, cats always have ulterior motives. Yes, yes. Like when a cat does something, yes, ulterior motives. Yeah, cats always they want some treats or they want some food. They always have a trick up their sleeve. Yeah. Sometimes cats remind me of foxes in a way because they're real clever. They uh, like sometimes like I look at Bubbles and he looks like he's up to something. Yeah. And there's companions for scholars. Scholars value cats for their quiet, contemplative nature, often viewing them as lights that provided welcome distractions from intense mental work. Slarbro says, "My cats are hiding intelligence." Oh, yes. Yeah. Now, there were some in the church. in the 1233, they associated black cats with the satanic rituals. But as I said, a cat itself is not evil. Now, people could maybe try to corrupt something to make it bad, but I don't think that the cat itself was wrong. But if anything, the cat would be a victim if somebody tried to use the cat for witchcraft over the other way around. But then again, as I said, that's why I like the sometimes church government can get something wrong sometimes. So that's why I, yeah, definitely. But Sawgirl says, I have a long hair like halfway down my back, and at night, whiskey comes and attacks my hair. Oh, okay. Okay. Uh, that sounds like a cat that's plotting. Sawgirl, definitely. Uh, the whiskey is plotting on the hair, definitely. And Angel says Smokey had a full conversation with another cat at the vet the other day. Oh, you see, cats know. Cats know how to speak to each other and speak in different languages. It's with the other cats. Absolutely. So shout out to Smokey, a definitely a scholarly cat. And yeah, there was a time where they thought it was also associated with witchcraft. And as I said, if somebody's doing witchcraft, the cat itself wasn't at fault. It was the human that was at fault. Impact on a plague. Some historians suggested that the when when the church was saying that the black cats were witches or whatever, when the Black Plague came around, the reason why the Black Plague was so bad is because of them banning cats in certain areas. So there you go. Because the Black Plague was spread by rats. The rats would be on ships from Asia. And also the vampires were, the Nosferatu vampire was allegedly spreading the plague with rats on purpose. And that is another thing where they thought they're doing the right thing, but instead they caused themselves to go backwards. Because if the cats were in these different regions, they'll be able to catch the rats that are spreading the plague, and it came from fleas. Now the bubonic plague exists on the west coast somewhere, in little microscopic areas, allegedly. There are some cases of it, but it's curable now. Oh, they meow back and forth for a few good minutes. Oh, that's cool. Sometimes they communicate with whiskers moving and ears moving. Yeah, who needs raid when you have cats? Exactly. I agree. Definitely, cats love to catch the roaches and those weird bugs and stuff. Yeah, they do very good with that. It's like a biological raid. Amen. Shout out to the little critters, and they are very good at keeping them out. Yeah, I mean, when I would see cats go after these pests, I thought that was a brilliant pro, a plus for cats. You know that they're able to take those things out. One thing about cats is a lot of times they're usually quiet and they don't say anything. That's something I like about cats. There is folklore beliefs. Felines were liminal creatures occupying space between two domestic worlds. Yeah, that definitely makes sense because they're able to see things we can't see. Cats were often associated with femininity and female independence, which the patriarchal medieval order was sometimes viewed as suspicious and threatening. Interesting. Oh, he found a gecko. Uh, yeah. See, cats definitely could find geckos, and with the geckos, I have them here. They're on the walls. Oh, she's a definitely feisty. Bites its tail off, and it was flapping around. Yeah, definitely would probably look like an alien thing because their tails can move around like wirelessly on its own. And she like goes right for biting the tail off. Yeah, definitely they can be uh fierce indeed. Yeah, yeah. Good that there's no rodents. Now, one time, this is not hasn't been a problem recently, but one time, a Bubbles did catch a mouse one time. It was surprising, but it's good we had him here to catch him. Yeah, and you see the mice were so it was just one, but it was very quiet. Everything was all quiet. I looked and I saw it there. I was a bit surprised and never saw that before. And then there was this little hole somewhere by the cabinet that it must have been coming through, so we blocked it off. And we haven't had the issue. Knock on wood, of course. I was surprised too. She was the least likely one I would have expected. Ah, yes, it's like she had a dark side you wouldn't expect coming. Yeah, definitely. Because it's like you go there and it's a little bit startling, then you see right there. But yeah, Bubbles has caught a lot of roaches before. Now, sometimes he doesn't always want to catch roaches. Sometimes he wants to sleep. And it's like, but he usually does catch roaches and goes after them. Legal standing. In some early medieval societies, such as Ireland, cats were protected under the special law codes that recognized their value and importance in domestic settings. She was the smallest of the litter and the only girl named Sweepy. I think I've had a cat named. My family has had a cat named Sweepy before, and that is really cool. That the unexpected one was the one that did it. Quite intriguing. Okay, and definitely the other day there was these incidents happening where in this situation people were not people but the cats like were outside trying to get another cat to not be put in that situation. So what that means is there was this cat that's new and all the other cats like to gang up on the new cat, and this little tabby cat came out of nowhere I never even saw before. So you have like even that was the time, little angel, you were with me. You saw that stream when I was outside. Yeah, that one was when I was in the tree, you know, all that. Yeah, that's what they'll do sometimes. And the little tabby I never saw before. So that was an interesting incident, and they'll get kind of like a territorial. Sometimes the cats will get scared when they like go into the vet. They don't always like going to the vet. Okay, and let's see some more and see cat breed personality. Okay, there is these are different. These are the gentle giants of cat breeds. These breeds are typically known for being laid back, docile, and very affectionate toward their families. Maine Coon, often called the gentle giants, they are social, playful, and highly intelligent. They are always like to be near their human. The ragdoll, famously relaxed and docile, they often go limp when picked up. They are extremely affectionate and thrive on compassion and companionship. The Persian cat, known for a calm, quiet temperament, Persians are content to observe from a sunny perch and don't insist on constant attention. The British Shorthair, easygoing, independent, and these cats enjoy company but are also happy to spend time alone. Okay, and these are the talkative explorers. The Siamese cat, which someone on the stream one time had a Siamese cat. It's pretty interesting. They're famous for their loud, unique meows. They are extremely vocal and will talk to you all day. They are loyal but can be demanding. The Bengal. Honestly, they have highly energetic and adventurous ways about them. They love to climb, run, and explore. They require a lot of mental and physical stimulation. The Abyssian, one of the most active and inquisitive breeds, they are often described as busy and highly trainable. Sphinx, because they have no fur or trap heat, these cats are extremely affectionate and socially consistently seeking out human warmth. Okay. The American Shorthair, even tempered, smart, and playful, they get along well with all family members, including dogs. The Russian Blue, which we've talked about in the show earlier, initially shy with strangers, they are increasingly loyal and sweet mannered with their owners. The Scottish Fold, known for their sweet, calm, and adaptable nature, they are famously comfortable in various environments. Now, there's the goose cats, or more commonly the tuxedo cats, are aren't actually a specific breed, but they are famous for having some of the biggest, boldest personalities in the feline world. Yeah, we've had some cats that were completely look like a tuxedo cat, or it looks like it's wearing the tuxedo with white gloves. Because the tuxies are usually domestic, short hairs, regular cats, their genes are wild, mix leading to what many owners call the tuxedo cat. Okay, Angel says, my cats were the next door neighbor feeds stray cats breed. They got together and had a whole litter. I don't think they have any sort of pedigree. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, my all my cats are the same, just as your cats are. They now we had the Russian blue cat and maybe some other ones. There's a swirly cat named Clarence at one time. So they do have some cats that probably were part of special breeds, but they became like a while later. But the yeah, the next door neighbor who feeds stray cats. That's the type. As I said, these other ones are breeds people kind of buy these types of other cats, and my family kind of frowned upon. There's nothing wrong with like buying cats like that, but there's usually my family like to adopt cats that were strays instead of buying those types of cats. But yeah, definitely same similar to like what I have, and all the ones most of them are short haired. And something fascinating about the tuxedo archetype is highly intelligent. They are often the ones who figure out how to open cabinets, turn on faucets, or use the muffin tin puzzles we talked about. The main character, they tend to be very confident and outgoing, while some cats hide when guests arrive. A tuxedo is likely the one greeting them at the door like a tiny formal butler. Hey, you got a butler cat. In fact, we had a one of those cats named Jelly Roll. That was one of our tuxedo cats we had a couple years ago. 20 years ago. vocal and opinionated. Much like the Siamese, they aren't afraid to let you know when their bottle is half empty or when you've stayed on your own computer for too long. That's definitely how Bubbles is. Yeah. The goose. I used to say goose instead of goose, and the goose factor. Many people call them goose cats because they're goofy, clumsy, and bird-brained antics. Sawgirl says, I had a cat that I had put in the back room when company came because she would chase him literally. Didn't want them there, and she had babies, and her babies were so sweet and kind. I'm like, mama. Oh, they were the opposite. The mama cat was the opposite. Well, that is like Bubbles doesn't like people in the house, and he likes to go hide in one of the other rooms, and he doesn't really like a lot of activity himself. And yeah, that cat you have is a guard cat. Yeah, yeah, mine run and hide, but you see, there's that one that would chase him literally. Yeah, there was one cat that was like that a while back, 20 years ago that chased me. But yeah, that cat's a fighter. Oh, what Bubbles does if you go outside, like if I could maybe do a stream about this one time, but you go outside and you go where Bubbles is right now in the window, and you tell him hello, he hisses and tries to, and he hits the window, and he gets angry, and he has like this evil look on his face, and he starts hissing, even if it's somebody he knows. So for some reason, he doesn't even recognize us, and so Bubbles has a streak in himself. Yeah, he's looking at me. He knows. He knows what he does. You know what you do, Bubbles, when you attack everybody that you know that goes by the window. Yeah, you know. Yeah, Bubbles has been with me the whole time, and he likes the conversation. Yeah, yeah, definitely. She was something else. Definitely. Your cat. All right, Goose Factor. The acro. Okay, the acrobat. They. I really believe that our cats and dogs understand quite a bit of our language, whether it's English, Japanese, whatever. They're smart as heck. Yeah, they know because when I was talking, you see, earlier when I was telling Angel about Bubbles, he came over by me and sat on my lap. When I was talking about him a moment ago, he was looking at me when I was talking about him with the window thing, and he's next to me on the other side. So he got out the window, and now he's over here on the other side, looking at me with sweet eyes. So he knows, and he knows his name. He knows what he's doing, and but he's enjoying this conversation. He knows he's being talked about. Yeah, we love our pets, definitely. A dog that I liked was one my family in Kentucky had. That's a very cool cat. I mean, cool dog. So, uh, it was a nice, like Native American dog. They know words like dogs do. Yes. Yes. Yeah, dogs know words also, and I think it's a special gift that they have. Right? Jury's been deliberating for nearly 6 hours, by the way, and yeah, so dogs and cats are basically very similar in that way. Right? And the tuxedo cat, they are kings and queens of zoomies because they are usually sturdy and athletic. They tend to be the ones leaping off the walls, zooming, proofing your living room. Yeah. Dog like loyalty. Many goose cats will follow their owners from room to room, fetch toys, and even wait by the door for you to get home. Biocolor patterning. This look is caused by the white spotting gene in the womb. The black pigment starts at the back and moves toward the belly. If it stops halfway, you get the classic tuxedo look with white paws and white chest and a black mask. Stan, the only cat to ever run for mayor in Halifax, Canada, he was a tuxedo. Unsinkable Sam, the famous World War II cat who survived the sinking of different ships. Oh, there was a cat that was about to go on Titanic, and she took her babies off of it, and they didn't go on it. And that was a smart cat. Yes, yes. It allegedly did happen, and it could be a myth, but it allegedly did happen. Angel said Smokey even knows the word medicine now. I take his medicine and mix it with the Cura treats. No, the Churu treats. Yes, exactly. The animals are very good at sensing danger. And Sargirl wants to know: does you run away from you and hide when you say medicine? It's like the cat on cue says, medicine, and the cat just runs. Scared. I wonder if that's how it happened. The story of Jenny the Titanic official ship cat is a mixture of verified historical facts and a popular unverified legend of the feline intuition. So here we go. Several historical details about Jenny's life, the ship confirmed the contemporary accounts. See. She was real. Jenny was the ship's official monsieur and transferred from Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic. She had kittens. Just days before the Titanic sailed its maiden voyage, Jenny gave birth to a litter of kittens. Oh, hello, Moki. Welcome to the stream. And Stargirl says, I would have rather have heard about Jenny in the Titanic movie than Jack and Rose. A lot of people would feel the same way. Yeah. And yeah, Jenny should have been in the Titanic. Yeah. Angel said, not really. I just had separate him from other cats so they don't eat it. And he's done good with eating a lot of it. Yes. So she had a human friend. The stewardess Violet Jessop, a legendary survivor of both Titanic and Britannic sinkings, wrote in her memoirs that Jenny was deeply devoted to the kitchen worker named Jim or Joseph he cared for. All right, so the legend says that while the ship was docked in Southampton, Jim watched Jenny carried her kittens off the ship by one down the gang plank to dry land. Struck by omen, Jim supposedly gathered his belongings and disembarked to just moments before the ship doomed journey. Now, historians have ambiguity about if she really did do this or it's a legend. I personally believe it's true that the cat escaped. I mean, got off the ship before it took off, but definitely it's a legend. Some historians think that the cat may have stayed on the ship. Other historians think that the cat may have gotten off. But yes, according to legends, which I believe is a true, because a lot of times, as we know on this channel, a lot of conspiracy theories wind up being true. Is that the cat gathered the kittens and got off the ship, and the dude also got off the ship too because he saw it as a bad omen. So I my verdict is it happened. Yeah. So yeah, it was from 1912. There's no cameras and iPhones and stuff back then. Like I'm sure the dude would have had it on YouTube or Instagram or something. He would have posted bad omen cat family ship. It's probably true. Why would someone random cat story just come out of all this if it wasn't true? Exactly. Yeah. So that is a story of Jenny the cat. She got her kittens and she took them off the Titanic because there was a bad omen. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And while there were many pets on board, there was three dogs who officially survived the sinking of the Titanic and were small enough to be in the lifeboats. Okay, and the pecking because the Sun Yat-sen, owned by wealthy Harper family, this tiny dog was carried onto a lifeboat. When asked about bringing a pet during the evacuation, Henry Harper reportedly said, "There seems to be plenty of room, and nobody made any objection." Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Dogro. The the Pomeranian lady, owned by Margaret Hayes. The dog was wrapped in a blanket and taken onto Lifeboat 7, and the crew reportedly mistook the bundle of for a baby or didn't notice it in chaos. Yes, very interesting. Yeah. And the other Pomeranian, owned by Elizabeth. So this other one, the Pomeranian, owned by Elizabeth Barrett Rothschild, which the Rothschild family is the banking family. She managed to keep the dog hidden in a lifeboat 6 until they were rescued by the Carpathia. Initially, Carpathia's crew refused to take the dog aboard, but the Rothschild insisted, and both survived. Right. Interesting. The Great Dane legend. There is an Elizabeth, and there is allegedly Elizabeth would. There's a situation where they wanted her to go on the lifeboat, but the dog couldn't go. So it looks like there is situations where they didn't let some pets on board, and she chose to, not go on the lifeboats because they didn't allow the pet on that lifeboat. So it shows the bonding between, a pet and their owner. But I think they should have let them both on there because it's like one of them has a story about them letting them on, and other times they're not letting them on. So it's the lifeboat. The way the lifeboat situation was handled on Titanic was extremely disgraceful, and they're very unprepared and they're very inexperienced. They didn't know anything. Like they had so many lifeboats that they just like dropped and broke into pieces just randomly. They didn't even know what they were doing. So yeah, it's just and some of these lifeboats were not filled to capacity. So it was just a stupid situation. Like there were like although there were brave men and women that were trying to do the best they could do. It was like a Timu lifeboat situation, right? And there's that one. Now there is another fictional story of a heroic dog. A Sawgirl says, "Yeah, it was pretty disgraceful what happened that night, even if it was 110 years ago or whatever it is. But wow, can you imagine feeling hopeless seeing all those lifeboats available?" Yeah, and it's really a situation that would be shocking because it looks like it's an unsinkable ship, and they keep telling you it's an unsinkable ship. But when they actually go into a situation, they go, you know what? It didn't happen. Yes, Angel, I agree. And it was, I'd say, hopeless and a helpless situation. Absolutely true. And I think it would be, it would feel like a nightmare, but it's real. You know, the other situation was like men usually were not allowed to go on lifeboats. That the men had to go down with the ship. And I think that, of course, it's good for women and children to go on the lifeboats. I think it's a noble thing, and that's what men at the time had to do. Because it was the code of honor at that time. I do think it's honorable that the captain went down with the ship, and the person that designed it went down with it. I think that was honorable. And another situation that occurred was the director, the company, the guy that owned the company, he got himself on a lifeboat. Now, he did save a lot of people, and they had a spot available for him, and he took the opportunity. But a lot of people hated him for the rest of his life for surviving it. And he's actually the dude that said he didn't want lifeboats on the ship because he thought it looked ugly. He didn't want there to be more lifeboats. So, bro was like, okay, the director, the one that built the ship, said there need to be more lifeboats if something happens, and dude said it looks ugly, so no lifeboats. And they didn't have enough lifeboats, so the dude got himself in a lifeboat. It's kind of ironic. Sargo said it was a rich woman first, and their children, followed by the rich men, and then the poor people. That is extremely disgusting. I do agree with you that it was very classist. That time was horridly classist at that time. And yes, it was the first and second class men, uh, women, and children. And a lot of the people were just stuck in the steerage. Like they just locked them up in a cage, like shown in the movie James Cameron made. So yeah, that was a disgraceful thing that they did at that time, and it was like just that just shows you the elites rigging a system, like we talked about in the show before. It's always existed. Stargirl says, I think that it was a moron, idiot, selfish, narcissist, piggish, disgusting human being. That's what I think about that dude. Yeah, I agree. And oh, you know what he did? He was oh yeah, Falcon scared. Yeah, there is this dude that Mr. Ismay was his name, and he said that he wanted to raise the Titanic. So after he survived the Titanic, he wanted to be raised up from the ocean floor and brought back to Belfast to be repaired. The dude was like, it was wild. Like they thought the ship sunk in one piece, but it actually broke in two pieces. So what they did, so dude was like in 19. Oh, a falcon fell asleep. Okay. Oh yeah, very cute emoji. That definitely is bubbles in a box. Yeah, so in the Titanic ship, like, you know, he wanted to raise it up. Now, there's hypotheticals about Titanic being raised. If they were able to do it somehow, you would rise it up. I know everybody's going to tell me it can't happen, but it'd just be hypothetical. If it could be raised up, they would bring it back to New York City to complete a journey or put it in a museum somewhere. But usually it's known that the ship is extremely weak and brittle and that it would probably would break or disintegrate. People think, and it's known as a graveyard or a cemetery, so they want it to be respected. But yeah, there's different ways it could hypothetically be done with these big cranes, and some have talked about putting a bunch of ping pong balls inside the ship, and it'll just naturally rise it up. Salvador says, I always wondered why they can go to the moon and land on the moon, but they can't go to the depths of the ocean. Saw Girl, that's a very good question. They could go to the moon in a tin can, or like a Coca-Cola can or a Fanta can, but they can't go to really deep in the ocean. Yes, there is a movie called Raising Titanic. I saw that. Yep. In the earlier Titanic movies, had a concept of raising the Titanic or the Titanic sinking in one piece, right? I had a theory maybe it broke up in the pieces after it sunk, hypothetically, but it seems like it broke on land, I mean on sea, and then it went under the other way. Yeah, the raising of Titanic made you think of that. Yeah, and who knows what the truth really is? For all we know, the sinking it was done on purpose. Oh yeah, yeah. There is conspiracy theories about the Titanic sinking. On the show, we've talked about how maybe there was. Okay, I'll tell you the first one though, the one I heard about. That Titanic was sunk on purpose because there is all these bankers on Titanic that wanted to oppose the Federal Reserve. These billionaires at the time that were trying to like oppose it. And as we mentioned, although the Rothschild family has controversy, they were on that ship too, it seems. So somebody was trying to take out a bunch of really top tier people all at once. There's a theory that, yes, it has been around for centuries. Yeah, Sky Fox. Yeah, definitely Falcon. Absolutely. Yes, Angel, I agree. It's logical that that the split happened the way James Cameron portrayed it. The ship buckled under the weight. Yeah, yeah. Astros, Levi, Strauss's, etc. Yeah, and there's a theory that they either manually ran it, they did it, they hit the iceberg on purpose, or they it got hit by a torpedo. And that's the theory about it. There's another theory that some chat have come up with that maybe a sea creature sunk it. There's a theory about that happening, but the other one about it being sunk on purpose is interesting. That is true, Angel. Right. Heard is that the ones sank were against instituting the Federal Reserve. Yeah. They were opposing the Federal Reserve, allegedly, and they put them all in one place. The people Sorrow mentioned. Yes. Yes, agreed, Angel. And thank you, Emily, for the names also. And yeah, like the Kraken. Yeah. The the mythical sea creature, the Kraken, which the Kraken does actually exist. They did find giant squid underwater, and there could have been something like that under there too. And so the theory would be that it was like an unsinkable ship, but oh, you're welcome, Emily. You're welcome. And when the ship, maybe it was like an unsinkable ship, but they hit it with something or did something so catastrophic to it that like anything sinks at that point. But it was like built like a warship, but they, were trying to do it on purpose. Now, I'll say the mainstream narrative about it hitting an iceberg, the reason why it sunk was because, okay, the Titanic was supposed to be like an icebreaker. I'm going to say it slower. The Titanic was supposed to be like an icebreaker, so it could hit an iceberg, and only 2 flood compartments would be breached, and it would be okay. And it's like, it's practically unsinkable, right? So they're thinking if we hit an iceberg, we'll be okay. But whoever was piloting the ship thought it was a good idea to swipe past an iceberg and open up half the ship. And if you do that, the way it was designed, it would be a dominoes. If you took Coke cans and put them a certain way and you cut them open, it would sink like the Titanic. It was, at some point, yeah, like if you take a bazooka or a rocket and you hit it as hard as you can with it, it's going to sink, so, yeah. But the way, that's why it failed. Now, the Olympic was given a double hull, and the flood compartments, there was a ceiling they put over the flood compartments in Britannic and the Olympic, the 2 sister ships. So if it sunk, something happened, it would conveniently be not sink hypothetically. The Olympic actually got in a couple of accidents, and it got hit by a torpedo, and it like sailed over a submarine, like it hit it, and it collided with it, and it didn't sink during World War I. So the Olympic was known in that time period as an unsinkable ship. Because it was hit multiple times and didn't sink. So back in the old days, Olympic would have been seen as like the hero ship over the Titanic. Yes, Britannic did sink because it got hit by a torpedo. It was made of iron sinks. The unsinkable ship is more of a metaphor representing the strength and force it took to build it. Okay, thank you, Angel. Understood. Yes, Molly Brown was the unsinkable one. That is true. She was very tough. All right, and let's go here. The other one. All right, so the unsinkable Molly Brown, 1867 to 1932, was American solicited activist and philanthropist. Released the Kraken. Yes, Bob. Back to Jane the cat. I think somebody should make a movie about that cat and her remarkable intuition. I go see that. Oh, absolutely, Saw Girl. And one day you'll have a movie about that. Yes, you will. And because it's like that cat's story is remarkable. I was able to sense danger like that. All right, I am back. I get something. Okay. I am. Okay. Jenny Cat. Yeah. So definitely with Jenny the Cat, I think it is a very good story and definitely historical. Oh, thank you, Falcon. Thank you, Falcon. You're a nice bro too. Yeah, shout out to all of you. Appreciate it. And okay, and we're going to Alien is the bomb. Oh, thank you, Sawgirl. Uh, Emily, I should say. And let's see the cat. Yeah, and here we go. So, a summary about the Jenny cat. According to Jenny, was the ship's cat transferred from the Olympic to Titanic, where raised a litter of kittens, and the gallery crew members named Jim. While a popular situation happened when Jenny was taken off the ship, Southampton, an omen has she saw an omen of the ship sinking, and she got off the ship and went to safety. Okay, it's 12:33 p.m. in Hawaii. So far, it doesn't look like they've taken lunch. Yeah, it doesn't sound like they're taking lunch yet. Nope. And Angel said, "Yes, I love this stream. So laid back and open conversation." Oh, thank you, Angel. I appreciate it. Amen. Yes, I'm very blessed to have all of you too. All right. In this, the Titanic docked in Southampton, April 10, 1912. Jenny doesn't just wander off. She makes a deliberate, high stakes exit. Workers would have seen a determined mother cat carrying 4 or 5 tiny kittens, one by one, down a massive, bustling gangplank. She would have had dodge porters, heavy luggage and crates, and hundreds of wealthy passengers to reach safety of the Victoria era docks. Sawgirl says, I was watching a stream the other day, and you couldn't even say Coon, Maine, because it's considered racist. So, sorry, but weren't those raccoons around for centuries? lost my business, and she's a cat. She can sneak anywhere like that cat was gonna walk right in front of those people. Yeah, exactly, exactly, Emily. And so people just when people go and say things are like everything's racist, it's like there's a point where there are too many instances of like if everything's racist, it's like when something really racist happens, people will not care. It's like the boy that cried wolf. So yeah, it's not Zoggerl. And like on here, feel free to say whatever you'd like. It's okay. Everybody could say what they want, and it's a free speech here. So yeah, and yeah, Coon Main. I've not. There is some word, but I don't think it has anything to do with anything racist. So yeah, it's just these times things are going definitely cringe. Yeah. Yeah, she's a cat that she can sneak anywhere. Like that cat was gonna walk right in front of those people. Yeah, yeah. The convert Jim Moo Holland. Jim Moo Holland, the young stroker who looked after her, wouldn't have just seen a cat leaving. He would have felt a predatory chill in this scenario. Jim watches Jenny look back at the ship with expression of pure feline rejection. Trusting the unspoken wisdom of his companion, he drops his shovel and grabs his kit and walks off the ship just minutes before the tugboat pulled the Titanic into the channel. Okay, understood, Sakura. Emily. And or you think you said it backwards? Okay. Um. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah. The prophetic aftermath. As the ship sails away, Jenny and her kittens would be safe in a dusty warehouse in Southampton. On April 15, when word reached the docks that the unsinkable ship has vanished, Jim becomes a local legend. He is the man who listened to the cat. In a world where this was verified, Jenny would likely be the most famous animal in biological history. Scientists would have studied her lineage for decades, trying to find a sixth sense gene that allowed her to detect a structural fate of a ship or the energy of an impending disaster. The legendary lineage. If this were real, which we believe and we know it's real, Jenny's kittens would have been most sought after pets in England. People would have paid a fortune for Jenny's kitten, believing the descendants of the cat who knew there would be a supernatural protection to any home or ship they lived in. I think that cats in general just know. I think animals just know in general that they don't have to have like a special gene into something that's in them naturally. And I think it is a very special thing to see that they have this. But yeah, definitely those kittens would have been sought after indeed. Yeah. And let's see another unsinkable cat. And Falcon doesn't know what to talk about. Okay. And if you think of something, we're all ears. And so, but the raccoons were around for centuries, and the Maine Coon was really a raccoon, and it's crazy how people think that is something racist when it has nothing to do with race. Right. Yeah, Falcon. Anything on your mind? Like to know about? Uh, and it was cool yesterday talking about the Tasmanian animals that are there. I like that, and different things. All right, I have returned. I'm putting the trial back up. All right, now we're going here and putting this up. All right, jury's still deliberating. All right, and now we're gonna put it back on the screen for everybody to see. There we go. All right, we are back now. Okay, so here we are. That was a little bit of a hiccup for a second, but definitely we will be. Now we are back. So here we go. All right, so at this point in time, we have returned, and okay, you're gonna go shop Falcon. Okay, okay, all right. All right, so now going to continue. This is that, yeah, Taoism. So anyway, there's an unsinkable cat, another unsinkable cat that I want to mention, and I just think that cats naturally have a intuition to, in a lot of situations, to save themselves or others. Right. And this, I'm still here checking something. All right. And Angel says the Chinese philosophy, something. Okay. Taoism, ancient Chinese philosophy, religion, emphasizing harmony, nature flow, universe. Yeah. Now there is some things in the Chinese philosophy that, yeah, uh, it mainly has to do with, I've seen about it, which, I mean, I'm a Christian like you, but there are things in there that talk about like metaphorical things in nature, like parables, and about having peace about oneself or things that happen around you. Where for those people at that time, that may have been someone that, my opinion, if people disagree with me, they could, tell me what they think, but that God may have sent, different people at different places to guide them on the path of righteousness. And although it's not something like in different than like what we believe, it's a positive uh, view on things that they have. Kind of like we have parables and like psalms and stuff. That's what like Taoism is for those people. Uh, yeah, and kind of like seeing things as like a river. Like your life is like going through a river, and you might kind of, and there's rocks in the way, but you kind of go through the flow of things and not let things bother you. And putting that with a Christian in perspective is that we have that, and then trusting in God that He will lead us to the path that we're supposed to go on, having faith in Him. So that's like basically a way to view it. But of course, people don't have to follow that, and God is all that we need. Thank you, Angel, for your thoughts. And there's a, yeah, Taoism is one, and it's like a type of spiritual, a positive spiritual view of things that some people have, and it's from China. Now, by the way, the unsinkable Sam, which was I was getting to before we had interruption, is the Bismarck, Germany. Sam, called the Oscar, was allegedly on the German battleship when it sunk by British. He was found floating on a plank and rescued by the British destroyer HMS Cossack. And the HMS Cossack, UK. A few months later, the Cossack was torpedoed and sank. Sam survived again and was rescued from the water near Gibraltar. The HMS Ark Royal, his final ship, the aircraft carrier Ark Royal, was also torpedoed and sank. Sam was found angry but quite unharmed. clinging to floating board. The retirement. After the shipwrecks, the Navy retired him to land, where he lived in a sailor's home in Belfast until 1953. While some historians question if it was the same cat each time, his portrait still hangs in the National Museum in Greenwich. Yeah, so these cats, I think, are really special, that they're able to, and dogs too, they're able to tell certain catastrophes that are about to happen. Okay, another one was Able Sea Cat Simon. While Sam is legend, Simon of the HMS Amethyst is verified hero. Only cat to ever receive the Dickon Medal, the animal equivalent of the Victoria Cross. The Yangtze incident, when his ship was shielded and trapped only to Yangtze River for 101 days, Simon was badly wounded by shrapnel. Oh, Moki, I'm mainly focusing on this trial, but that's something else I can look into. Thank you. Okay, which incident? He was a ship that shielded and trapped in the Yax River 101 days. Simon was badly wounded, but by shrapnel, heroic duty. Despite, yes, Taoism is a religious philosophy. I'll explain more about it. And let's go here. There's Taoistic quotes that are very good. Lori said, "I don't possess patience. When is this jury going to reach a decision?" Oh, yeah, I know, right? And it seems that they're deliberating for over 7 hours now. Yeah. All right. So Taoism is an ancient Chinese philosophy and religion focused on living in harmony with Tao. Like the Tao means like something within you. You know, it's the inner energy within you, and it's pronounced Tao, which translate into the way. You know, like the way is within you, just like Jesus talked about. He's the way, truth, and the life. In Taoism, they believed in the way, so it was a spiritualism. Oh yeah, thank you, Lord. And in the way with its spiritualism, it is how, like, the way, the path of truth, and going with the flow of the universe. think about the ultimate guide of being chill, balanced, and authentic. So it's basically a way to be in harmony and be unmoved by things that happen around you. The core concept of Taoism Taoism is a mysterious underlying force that flows through everything in existence. It's like the current of a river and wind, and you can see it or define it perfectly, but you can feel it and align yourself with it. You can't see it or define it perfectly, but you can feel align it within you. Key principles: effortless actions, woo-wee. This is the most famous Taoist idea. It doesn't mean doing nothing, it means not forcing things, like a tree growing on water. You know, a tree or water. So you have a tree growing or water flowing around a rock. You achieve your goals by flowing to the natural path rather than fighting against it, like I said previously. The yin and a yang. Yin and yang. Or yin yang. This represents the balance of opposites. You can't have light without dark, or heat without cold. All right, we kind of. I'm still here. I'm still here, everybody. And continuing. So yin and yang represents the balance of opposites. You can't have light without dark, or heat without cold. Taoism teaches life is constant dance between these two forces, and health, happiness comes from keeping them balanced. Simplicity and spontaneously. Taoism values the uncarved block returning to natural simple state before society expectations and labels change you. Or and the big three symbol figures. Lao Tzu, no, Lazu, the legendary founder who allegedly wrote the Tao Te Ching, a short but deep book of 81 poems that serves as the handbook for Taoism. A later philosopher, Chuang-Tzu, famous for his witty stories like the one where he dreams he's a butterfly, wakes up wondering if he's actually a butterfly dreaming he's a man. So it has to do with these sort of philosophical concepts. It's more of like a philosophy study. The yin yang, the black and white swirl that shows how everything contains a little bit to its opposite. Okay, Star Wars, for instance. The Force is heavily inspired by Tao, a neutral energy that connects everything. Angel says, there are four lesser charges. Seems like that's what they're deliberating. I don't think they proved any plot or intent to enter. Right. Winnie the Pooh. There's a famous book called Tao of Pooh. Explains how Pooh is a perfect Taoist because he doesn't overthink. He just is. Now, there's something called Zen Buddhism, which I've talked about this before, but it's like if somebody's having anxiety or something, it's like look at everything as it's clouds, right? You see clouds passing by. You don't have to grab onto it. And the clouds are thoughts. You don't have to like grab onto the thought. You just let them pass by. Like accepting things about how they are is a form of stoicism. Now, there's also Confucianism. So there's Taoism versus Confucianism. No, Confucianism. While Confucianism is about structure, duty, and social hierarchy, study hard and respect your elders. Taoism is a wilder, more poetic sibling that says, put the book down and go sit by a stream. Okay, so that's a summary about what Taoism is. It's a spiritual philosophy from ancient China. So in the serial killer trial, it doesn't seem at the moment they've come back with a verdict just yet. Now, in that trial, the jurors have been deliberating for 285 minutes. They have two questions, both about medical examiners' transcripts, and states Emmy's transcript have been read to them by a court reporter. So that is that trial, and so far there might be some movement, maybe. We'll see. And the Hawaii trial is still in deliberations. Nothing has come out of it yet. We still turning. Yeah, the clock is still going, and we are going to see no verdict just yet. Falcon, I talked about the Taoism, by the way. I've not heard about that before. No. We'll get into that in a moment, Falcon. Thank you. And Roki says, I know most people think it's a slam dunk, but I can see reasonable doubt could easily see them arguing about lesser charges, and there are several which would really complicate deliberations. Yes, absolutely, Moki. And Angel says, long deliberations don't bother me. Jury is serious. Won't just put down anything and get out of there. It has implications for many people. It has to be right. All right. Falcon says, Omonism is the belief that all religions and spiritual paths contain value, Bible partial truths, rather than any single faith holding the absolute truth. Omonists are believers and his philosophy respect diverse religion tradition, often finding common ground and values like kindness, charity, and spiritual unity. Yeah, I believe, for instance, like Buddha, Jesus, and Confucius said similar things, nearly identical things. So I do think a lot of religions have a similar type of concept in about peace, harmony, charity, and they all have different stories and variations to them. So that's an interesting view on things. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I've seen things about Taoism before and Confucius, things that he said. One time Confucius said that you're concerned about snow on your neighbor's step, but there's snow on your step. You have to be concerned about. Jesus said there's a beam in your brother's eye you're concerned about, but there's a beam in your own eye to be concerned about. These people say like literally the same thing in two different parts of the world, which I think is incredible. And of course, I believe with Christianity is the final completion of all prophets that came before him, which I believe Jesus is God, of course. But I his message is the official form. But other faiths and people have said interesting things and good, wise, spiritual um, guidance as well. I like things that the other one said too. Here is a recap about Omanism, a complete recap by me. All right, so Omanism is a spiritual philosophy centered, which is basically what Falcon said, a spiritual philosophy centered on recognition and respect all religions, faiths, and creeds. Unlike traditional religion, it has no central authority, sacred text, or formal clergy. Insists on the personal worldview that finds varying degrees of truth in every spiritual path. Universal truth. The Omanists believe that no single religion holds the absolute truth. Instead, each faith offers different perspectives of the same sacred mystery or divine reality. Inclusive, inclusivity and respect. Primary tenet is acceptance of religious diversity. Humanists often focus on shared human values like love, compassion, kindness that appear across different cultures. Spiritual, there's also a spiritual agnosticism. While open to all faiths, humanists are often agnostic or which specific dogma are correct. Acknowledgement that humans likely only know a fragment of the divine. Now, an individual can identify as a member of a specific faith and an omanist, like a Christian omanist. All right, so yeah, everything should be working now at the moment. It just reload the feed and it should be working. And yes, sometimes the space Yeti just disrupts the streams. Yes, that's true. It happens sometimes. But now it should be working. Let's see. All right, it's working good. Yeah, because my end, everything looks like it's the Space Yeti is not here at the moment. Yeah. Inclusivity and respect. The primary tenet acceptance of religious diversity. Omanists often focus on shared human values like love, compassion, and kindness that appear in different cultures. And there's a meaning to follow that primarily traditions with remaining open window wisdom for others. Right, right, exactly. I am here. A verdict in serial. Okay. Let's see. I'll play that one. Now, chat, we're about to look at a different trial for a second. About to look at a different trial for a moment. Reading right now, no warning. Okay. 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 And here we see. Let's go this way, and we'll go look at it.
By badge number, so I'd ask that you look at your badge number now. Juror 645, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, it is, Juror 331, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 739, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror 244, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror 341, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 277, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 307, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 414, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 217, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 2203, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, Your Honor. Juror 40, is this your true and correct verdict?
In Fort Orange County,
645, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Juror 331, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 739, is this your true and correct?
I'm rewinding. I'm rewinding.
All right, let's bring him in. right, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you have reached a verdict in this case. If I could have you fold the verdict form over and hand it to the court deputy, please. Thank you. Thank you. The verdict is in proper form. Madam Clerk, if you could publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Orange County of the state of Florida versus Demarius Andy Hunter, verdict as to count one, we the jury find as follows. As to count one of the charge, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. So say we all, dated the 8th day of April 2026, signed four-person.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you a question by badge number, so I'd ask that you look at your badge number now. Juror 645, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Juror 331, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 739, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror 244, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 341, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 277, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 307, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes,
Juror 414, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 217, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror 2203, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 40, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror 243, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder, I adjudicate you guilty of that offense at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need you to come back on Monday morning at 9 a.m. for the second phase of this trial. You are still under the rules that I have given you before. You cannot discuss the case among yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any research while you're away from us. And do not watch any news accounts of this, watch or read any news accounts of this case. Does anyone have any questions? I will tell you that your dinners are on their way up, so you will be able to take them with you when you leave. And I will see you back Monday morning at 9 a.m. at the location designated by the court deputies. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend.
Jury exiting?
Is there anything that we need to take up before we reconvene on Monday morning?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see everyone here for the second phase of this trial bright and early on Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to ask that you be here at 8:45 so we can go over any preliminary instructions I need to give them.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll see you at 8:45. Yes. I did. Right.
All right, so serial kill. This is a serial killer trial, and he was found, guilty, and obviously guilty, and so now we're going to go flip back to the other one. All right, so Hawaii trial, liberating. All right, so this is that was a different trial about a serial killer. This trial is about the Hawaii murder plot trial. Yeah, 80 pounds is not little. Okay, Lori, we were watching a verdict in a different trial for a second, and jury, due to the other person in the other trial was guilty. It was a serial killer. So that was interesting to see. It was guilty because you have to do the death penalty phase. And so I flipped that over for a second and we saw that happen. And right now, with the Hawaii murder plot trial, Gerhardt, nothing yet. I once had a pit bull that was 85 pounds. Wow. That sounds definitely sounds like a nice dog. Definitely. I'm sure you liked him very much. Hello, Duke. Welcome to the stream. We're on Verdict Watch. Oh, Sawgirl says, I have two turtles named Pine and Apple that live 250-gallon tank and have one button while and two parakeets, two cats, one big dog and snake, and they all live inside. We all have a zoo. Oh, that's good. That is a nice zoo you have there. All right. I won't have a rat dog tiny, but I want to be able to carry my dog if necessary. My Sharpie Suki was perfect. Oh, that sounds like a nice one. Definitely, Lori. Yeah, turtles are cute. Oh, she was. She got cancer tumor though, and she had to be put down. She was only 6. Oh well, condolences for your loss, Angel. That's very sad. And yeah, I'm sure she was a sweetie. There was a stray pit bull that I became friends with in 2016. Eventually, he found an owner. Obviously, I couldn't because of the cats, but she was kind of active. Like she like a let's say she was excitable, but she was very nice. We used to have 3 button Qals. I'm probably saying that wrong, but unfortunately they passed, and we had four parakeets, and two of them passed, and we've always had at least two cats and two dogs, but yeah, it passed. Yeah, shout out to the animals. It's really awful, Angel, and we love our little pets pass. Yes. Yes, that's good that your dog was like that. Excitable, but not mean. Yeah, definitely sucks big time, Falcon. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Because there is one that was around here, like a stray one that I became accustomed to, and it was nice. As I would hang out with my friends, and we would just kind of like walk around the neighborhood, and his dog would follow me. So we were sitting by this house that's being constructed, and this pit bull just kind of well came out of nowhere, and I wasn't really. I had suspicions of them because of their alleged history, and I just kind of petted its head, and it started following me around. So it was interesting while it lasted before it got another owner. I could obviously couldn't have the dog because of the cats. It does. Was nervous about taking Smokey to the vet and had bad memories with taking my dog there and she didn't come home. Yeah. It's happened before with our cats. It's happened before with our cats before, and I definitely, from what you're telling me, I could see where there'd be flashbacks about it. Bro had a kelpie for 12 years, and he passed about 7 months ago. It's Luke losing your best friend. Yeah, absolutely. Sawgirl says my dog won't even get in his bed if the cats are on it. It's hilarious. He's more afraid of the cat than anything. Really, it's funny to. It's so cute. Yeah, condolences for your loss, Falcon. Definitely. And it hurts bad when you lose a pet. Absolutely. All right, so I want to do more research about this specific one. Let's see. The Australian Kelpie is a medium-sized herding dog famous for its incredible stamina and work ethic. Developed in the 19th century from Scottish collies, they were bred specifically to handle the intense heat and vast open spaces in Australian outback. Personality, they intensely loyal, intelligent, and often described as tireless because they were bred to work all day. They need significant mental and physical stimulation to avoid becoming bored and disruptive. Appearance, they have a lithe, athletic build with distinctive upright ears that give them a fox expression. Coat, they have a short double coat that comes in colors like black, chocolate, red, and blue, and fawn. Legend says that the kelpie entices people to ride on its back once they are mounted. Its skin becomes adhesive like glue and dives into the deepest part of the water to drown and devour its prey. Those are some folklore stuff about it. That's so. The other thing is a folklore creature, and the thing I mentioned before was the dog. By the way, so here, yeah. Sometimes I'll see videos of cats scaring dogs, and it's so funny. It's quite hilarious. Stargirl says, Emily says, my daughter's father, my ex, had blue heeler mixed with two drown, drawn dogs. They were absolutely amazing dogs, smart, friendly, and very, very loving owners. Not a mean bone in their bodies. Mixed blue heelers on the ranch. Oh, that's very fascinating. Fascinating. Yeah. It's so sweet and kind, those animals sound, and I'm glad that y'all had that experience. Beautiful eyes too. Oh gosh, so beautiful their eyes were. Yeah, I see. Daughter's father, ex. Autocorrect is evil. Amoki, the Garden Lives have been going fine. They're bringing in new people to the channel, but there are some trolls that have been on the lives, but I don't really pay mind to them. But yes, there are trolls there that do appear, and the mods have been doing an excellent job with dealing with them. Last night we were talking about paranormal experiences a few people had. Oh, thank you, Sogro. Thank you, Sogro. Alien handles the trolls like master and does not handle the phase. Don't let him phase them at all. So yeah, we were so Moki with the phone lives. Oh, one of the other nights we were talking about the Alaskan Triangle with some new people. And by the way, Moki, I talked about the Giant of Kandahar to the new audience. And people thought it was very fascinating. People were talking about their own experiences or like their own thoughts on it. And some people think that it is like, so the Giant of Kandahar, people think that it's probably real even without the proper confirmation about it. Because it just, why would they make that up? So yeah, people thought that's interesting. So yeah, a bunch of new people, we were discussing it. And some other new people were talking about the triangle, the Alaskan Triangle. So I'll do is Moki. I'll do the phone live for a little while. Then I come back in, and we talk about cryptids and stuff like that. There's some new people from New Zealand, and as you know, Falcon from Tasmania. We have some, and there, we have Christians and people. We're talking about the Book of Enoch. And people that were like not Christian or in like witchcraft or paganism, and they converted to Christianity. And we were talking about Monica Cementelli yesterday because the dude was talking about his ex that was into like witchcraft and stuff, and she was very narcissistic. And it's like that reminds me because he was talking about the spirit of Jezebel. I said Monica Cementelli had the spirit of Jezebel in her, and still does. So. We talked about trials too. Mix that in there. And we, people, Moki, everywhere people were talking about their alien experiences and their cryptids they're seeing. Everywhere. And people ask me what I think about the disclosure. And that was very nice. So I like the Garden Lives. And yes, there are trolls, quite a few of them. But I don't let them get to me. But yeah, they've been going very well. Yesterday, got over 2K views, and yeah, it's been pretty fun. Best thing to do with trolls is just ignore them. They're just looking for attention. Oh, I agree, Falcon. Yeah, definitely. Sawgirl says, I call it the garden party. I get up, have coffee, and I watch him. Oh my gosh, it's really nice to have that happening, like his garden streams. Oh, I'm glad that you like the garden streams, and a lot of people will try to, like a dude from Alaska last night was telling me that they see UFOs in Alaska. Like they're sometimes white orbs or red, and you don't quite know what they are. And the Alaskan Triangle is this area where 20,000 people have disappeared. And it is so mysterious, and there's legends of these spirits that lead people into the woods, or these cryptids that are there, or UFOs. So that is certainly a mystery, and there's also glaciers in that region. And the dude in Alaska told me that there are people that might try to lure people into the woods, and there's a cave that's cursed, or a forbidden cave, and he's, where people shouldn't go into. But he hasn't gone there yet, but the best thing he could do, he thinks, is getting a drone to do it. Yeah, so there is... So of course, I like, getting rid of the trolls in the chat, because, to clean it up. But I definitely do ignore them, also. I do both. And the I like how the mods will have fun with the trolls and get rid of them. It's yeah. So I like because there are people that want to have like a philosophical discussion, and it goes like recently when they'll go like into the morning time, and we talk about like UAPs, and there's like people that are trying out different things. It's really cool. Oh, I wonder why. Interesting. So yeah, I really like the Garden Lives, and Moki, I like the content you give me and the things we talked about. I talked about on the streams that helped me out a lot. Yeah. So, uh, people I've seen, you know, everywhere UFOs or cryptids. We kind of talk about. Oh, it's 17 seconds slower. Interesting. Yeah, and if you like the cryptid conversations, so I'll go and read about certain cryptids, and I've been wearing my pirate hat, and some people think that at first it's either a bicycle seat or it's part of my hair, but it's actually a hat, and people think it's so cool. It definitely streams will have a delay. Maybe the phones and stuff will have certain delays. Yes, a mullet. Yeah. So on the bright side of things, that they're getting lots of subs, and there's lots of people that ask different questions about aliens. Apple has to one up everything. Right. And so I'm glad that people enjoy the garden. It's nice to see, and seeing a lot of traffic to the channel. Yeah. Scared. And I talk about the stories about aliens and Planet Serpo, and we discuss different theories on what aliens are, about the Greys and the reptilians. Yeah, we go deep down the rabbit hole. And government cover-ups, and there's like every single time I do it, we talk about the same thing, but there's always some new people that will come and show up and talk about their experiences. It's a very, yeah, it's a very popular topic. It's a hot topic. The cryptids and aliens. And as I said, we mentioned Epstein and other things like that too. And we walk around the garden and look at different things. Oh, Passion. It's so nice to see you, and thank you for coming to visit. And yeah, I'll be back at chat. I've been airing this trial recently, so I've not been over there. And yeah, and Passion, this is Falcon, and he's in Tasmania. I've been recently doing these garden lives that have been getting lots of traction, and lots of people have been viewing the garden lives, and I've been showing people things about we talk about aliens and different conspiracy theories and trials too. So I'm exposing a new audience to the trials and stuff that we watch. Yeah. Passion says, I was in Demoris Hunter for 10 hours. I fall asleep with you in the background. Oh, yes. With in the background, yes. And a good day, Falcon. Oh, yes. Awesome, Passion. Awesome. And with in the background. Now, we did watch Demoris for a second. When the verdict came in, I flipped it over and we watched it for a second. But yeah, that trial was an interesting one. I was vaguely keeping up with. And Stargirl Falcon, were you born and raised in Tasmania? If not, where are you from originally? Yeah, and yeah, see, a Stargirl, Emily, Passion's the one that we watched the OJ trial with. And that's the one I did the 16-hour stream. And because I was telling them about the OJ trial that we were covering and with Passion, and those are cool. Now this one kind of reminds me of that, where covering like a trial again. So that was cool. So I've been a lot of different people from like New Zealand, because the time I go live correlates with that part of the world. Passion said, I heard you talking about the cryptids too. They're in the detective game I'm playing. Oh, nice. Nice. I have to check that game out. That's cool. Yeah, definitely those cryptids, they are very interesting to have in a game and talk about in general. Yes. Yes. Yeah, who could forget that trial? Yeah, and we were just like learning about it because like we didn't see it before. And I've heard about it, but I didn't watch the whole thing, so that's why it was good to go down a rabbit hole with it. All right, and what you think of your? Oh yeah, Angel. I still have more of the OJ trial to play. By the way, I still have more of it to play. But yes, we covered lots of the OJ trial. Yes, because sometimes I will replay trials. A bunch of them. I'll go through cycles of her playing different trials. And yes, we did replay OJ trial. We not finished the whole thing because we'll go back to it at some point. But we played 95 OJ trial. Cochrane, the Dream Team, and yeah, Judge Ito. Yeah, the whole thing. Angel said, I'm old enough to remember watching that one, White Bronco Chase. Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody has their story about the White Bronco Chase. And, some people were watching TV. Some people were watching him in other areas of, with their families. Everybody remembers where they were when that happened. And it's something that I didn't hear mentioned about growing up, but it was something very important. Stargirl says that, yeah, OJ trial was before CNN, Fox, Court TV, all that stuff like that. So I remember watching it on mainstream TV, cutting all the soap operas out. Those fans did not appreciate that. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, yeah. A lot of people didn't appreciate that. Or when their feed was cut. Yeah. Angel said the White Bronco Chase was live TV, got a record number of pizza orders for that day. Oh, okay. Yes. Hey, Sawgirl says we would watch it on campus where I was going to college because they had it all over the TV screens there at home for the verdict. About 15 people came to my apartment to watch the verdict. That is a cool watch party to happen. That is really incredible. And now we're doing it through the internet. And before it was doing it on like going and seeing it with your friends. Now people could see it online. Wow. Yeah, and I like it was so different back then because there was all these hourglasses he had on his bench and flowers and he had everything on display. Angel said we watched it, the verdict live in English class. I think I was a freshman in high school. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I yeah, definitely it was a trial of that century. You know, probably maybe in this one too is notorious. The definitely the commentary about like how he looked in the trial and how like you know the different people were reacting, especially on the stand too. The stand too. Yeah, and the audience a lot of times would laugh or make a reaction. Now they don't do that anymore in trials. Sorrel says, I remember watching a Waco burn to the ground live on TV. Also, English class. That was insane. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. Very sad. Yes. Yeah, yeah. It's live action like that really was a wild thing to see. For those people that saw it. The whole class was very upset because we knew children were in there, and honestly, I don't know how to feel about that incident. I just think it was very sad. I couldn't believe what I was watching. Something could be so surreal, it's like a nightmare. Hagen says, I went through the phase of researching serial killers like Jeffrey Dahmer, Richard Ramirez. It's some dark shields. You got to be guarded. Yes, Falcon, and a lot of this the dark stuff in the world definitely can do a toll. And in watching trials, it can have especially the Chad Daybell one. I think was which I talked to y'all about last night. I think that one was really creepy. A lot of people were disturbed by it. And usually, like with chat, I'll have us pray, and it helps chat. Like the prayer and stuff helps chat. Or when they have those that are interested. Yeah, and Duke knows about grounds, subject matter jurisdiction. Yep. And Sawgirl says Falcon, so whereas beat up, caught my neighbor full of people, and say them running through. And I was young for Waco, but I remember the Oklahoma City bombing play and learned more about Waco later. I agree with you. It was such a travesty. Chad and Lori Daybell are literally demonic. They are true zombies and devils. That is true. They certainly are. Yes, the psychology is very fascinating. Indeed. Passion said, I kind of saw both of them testify via commentator, but only little snippets. I just don't know how he could justify what he admits to, and he did, even if we omit what he denies. Okay. Thank you, Passion, for your take on that. And let's see. Um, what's it called? Oh, wait. I'm not really back, but might be tempted to be. Okay. And red desert surrounded by rust, decay, and endless silence. So much, but night skies are incredible. Oh yeah, very true, indeed. I had Timberline boots, jeans, and a little backpack purse. An English guy I was seeing say I was dressed very American. Boots, jeans, and backpack purse. All right. Let's see. Looks like it's still going. It's kind of going in and out. Okay. They need to go boat over to Antarctica. Yes, that's a good one. Absolutely. Born and raised in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Right. So this is sort of back on, but not really. Here we go.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
You are unmuted.
Oh, sorry. On case number 7, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Bucaro, Jr.
Afternoon, Mr. Garner. Afternoon, Mr. McCarr.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas Otake and Matthew Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhardt Koenig, who is present.
Afternoon, Mr. Osaki. Afternoon, Mr. Dirks. Afternoon, Dr. Koenig.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Also, I wanted to raise a few things on the record. The court received communication number 1 this morning from the jury at 10:28. When I read it out loud to you, you can understand why. The jury wrote asking 6 questions. 1, may we please have blue painter state? 2, may we please have large post-its? 3, may we please have other colored dry erase pens? 4, may we have another whiteboard? 5, an easel for a notepad. 6, I didn't send this through to you. It was more, the court answered the communication at 10:35 stating the court will collect and provide the requested materials. The additional whiteboard may be difficult, but we will look for one or a suitable substitute. With respect to the handling of the communication number 1 from the jury this morning, Mr. Garner, any objections by the state?
None from the state.
How about you, Mr. Osaki?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then communication number 2 was received at 2:18 this afternoon, stating we've reached a verdict. And before the jury goes back into the courtroom, counsel, is there anything else you want to take up on record? Mr. Barnes?
Nothing at the moment.
Mr. Osaki?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. McCallum, the jury is ready. We'll take them.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Jury is now in the courtroom. Can the foreperson of the jury please stand and state their name?
Jury number 9, Makoto Atkins.
Ms. Atkins, good afternoon. Has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
Yes, Judge, we have.
And did you sign and date the verdict form?
Yes, Judge.
Can you leave it in the manila folder? Ms. McCallum will come and collect it from you. Ms. Atkins, you can have a seat. Thank you. Dr. Koenig, can you stand as the clerk of the court reads the verdict of the jury?
Case number 1 CPC-25-00000373, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig. We, the jury in this case, finds the defendant guilty of attempted manslaughter based upon extreme mental or emotional disturbance, dated 4/8/26 by the foreperson.
Gentlemen, you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to call you by chair number, not by name, but by chair number, And I'm going to ask that you answer out loud either yes or no. If you agree with the verdict that was read out loud here in court, you would answer yes. If you disagree with the verdict that was read out loud in court, you would answer no. Starting with chair number 1.
Yes.
Chair 2.
Yes.
Chair 3.
Yes.
Chair number 4.
Yes.
Chair number 5.
Yes.
Chair number 6.
Yes.
Chair 7.
Yes.
Chair 8.
Yes.
Chair number 9.
Yes.
Chair 10.
Yes.
Chair number 11.
Yes.
Chair number 12.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Dr. Koenig, the verdict of the jury is indeed unanimous, and consistent with their verdict, the court judges you guilty of attempted manslaughter in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to send you back into the jury deliberation room one more time. There's a little bit more paperwork that you'll need to complete with Ms. McCown. I will make myself available. I'll come into the jury room in about 5 minutes in case anybody has any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. You don't have to wait though. If you want to get an early head start on your commute home, you're free to do so. When you leave in the hallways of the courthouse, the attorneys might be outside. They're always interested in hearing feedback from the jury. In addition, you know, there's media that has covered this case. There will be members of the media out in the hallway as well. Some of them may invite you to talk about your jury experience. You're free to talk to anybody that you want to, now that your jury service is just about at an end. However, if you don't want to talk with anybody, you don't have to. And that includes me. So you don't have to wait for me to come into the jury room. If you don't want to talk to anybody, including me, you're free to leave. But before you do speak with me, on behalf of the parties and the rest of the judiciary, thank you very much for your time and your service. We started this case, it feels like a month ago. It's been a long, long haul for all of you. It has not been easy. We never thought it was going to be easy when we started this case. We already talked about how hard a job it was going to be. And through it all, you had to endure that weather, that traffic, horrible parking conditions. Thank you very much for your flexibility, your perseverance. I hope you and your family remain safe during this weekend. Again, if I don't get to talk with you, thank you very much. You have our utmost gratitude. And like I said at the beginning of this case, and this is still true today, it has been my great honor to serve with you on this case. Thank you very much. So for the last time, into the jury deliberation room. All rise. Everyone can be seated. Consistent with the verdict in this case, the court will order the preparation of the pre-sentence investigation and report and schedule sentencing in this case on July 16th, it's a Thursday morning, counsel, at 8:30 in the morning. Do you have any objections to the setting, Mr. Barrett?
Could we potentially have 1 week earlier? I know there's some time that it takes ACSB to prepare the work. I'm
No,
potentially,
but I can go later.
I'm potentially out of town for the last couple of weeks of July. I don't have a crew of travel yet, but,
Setting in August would be better though.
and I have a training on the first week of August.
I'm sorry.
I have a training on the first week of August,
So early August,
after the 7th, if that's okay.
would 13th be okay?
Yes.
Ms. Otake, agreeable?
August 13th?
Yes, sir.
Fine.
So August 13th at 8:30 will be the sentencing in this case. Mr. Garner, is there anything else you want to take up on record?
There is one thing, Your Honor. I'm unsure if we place this on record during the closing argument portion. After the state's closing argument, the state was made aware of a case that came out in 2025 that requested that the state's closing argument be stricken.
I did.
Was that placed on the record or was it an off-record discussion?
It was on record, and I gave the curative instruction to the jury right away.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Otake, anything else you want to take up before adjourning?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Court's adjourned.
You are muted.
employed for one authority will step in the action 20 years at a later date after the sentencing. There's also, I believe, the possibility of probation with this charge, with this conviction.
What are you hoping for?
The state will be requesting imprisonment.
What do you think the strongest testimony was? The one or two strongest pieces of testimony were?
You guys, everybody's seen the whole case throughout. So I don't want to put some witnesses ahead of others. Every witness had an important thing to say. So I don't think that's fair to rank them like that.
Is this your first attempted murder or murder trial?
This is my first as a lead counsel. I have been a second chair and assisted on a couple other football games.
So Joel, what is
So the station? Oh really? On the first floor.
He's very helpful.